Welcome everyone to the Code Freedom Collegiate Qualifier presented by U.S. Army National Guard. We have an incredible 4-hour kill race just about to get started. I'm your host, Katie Bedford, joined by Adore as well. We'll be taking you through all the action. Adore, I'm so excited to be doing this with you. This is the first time we've got to work together, and I can't wait. I think it's going to be great. And let's keep this moving, guys. I want to talk to you about how the point system works in this kill race. So, Adore, if you could kind of run us through that, what should we expect from these teams in terms of placement and in terms of how they get their points?
Well, with Warzone and Trios kill races, like the points and trying to get first is obviously, the big picture. Like getting first place is the most amount of additional points, additional to every kill that you get. So 5 points in first, and then second with 3 points, and then third with 1 point, and then fourth is just, it goes from third to first. So add those additional points upon their kills. So
yeah, so if you get top 3, congratulations, you'll get some extra points to pad your stats, however many kills you've got, exactly as Adore said. But, well, if you're fourth or worse, that's tough. You're not going to get anything to help you out. And, well, you're going to need those points because why? Why are we here for this kill race? Well, it's because you will get an invitation to the $20,000 Code Freedom main event. That is the first place prizing Adore a slot to make a name for yourself against some of the biggest players in the world.
I will be shaking, literally shaking, but it's worth it. It's worth this spot.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think, what do you think it means for some of these collegiate players? Because their names, Adore, that we're not going to be as familiar with, right?
Right.
So names that aren't household, what do you think it means for them to have an opportunity to potentially play against some of the big names? The noobs of the world, Destroy, Tommy, Almond, Aiden. What do you think it means for them to get that opportunity?
I mean, it's just to kind of get your name out there, trying to like make a title and a name for yourself in Warzone, because I mean, itself, like a lot of people, one of the big names, and if you compete and you get into those points, like, and you kind of match the same amount of talent and like skill upon like all these great players that, day in and day out that we see tourneys in, I mean, that itself just is great. Like you even qualifying in a big tournament like that. So yeah.
So what kind of guns do you think they're going to be using? Because we were off screen and we were kind of chit-chatting about things. I've been away for about 8 days. I've been moving, had some gigs in Vegas. I've been busy, so I haven't been playing Warzone. So when I left 8 days ago, it was Farah, XM4, people still using MAC-10, LC-10, Bullfrog, maybe a little bit. Has anything changed since then? Is it still the Farah meta, or are things different?
It's still the Farah. I think it's still the Farah, but I think a lot of people have been now switching to the C58, and a lot of people are now starting to use like the Cold War MP5. Still, the XM4 is still rumbling around in Warzone, but also but also then, like a lot of people are starting to use different SMGs because they just don't know what meta to use now. But definitely the new AR is the C58 and the Farah. Those are the 2 common guns that I've seen day to day playing Warzone.
Great. I mean, hey, having close range options, considering some of the metas we've seen in the past, always great. And I think, guys, it's time. Let's get into the action. The kill race has begun. 4 hours. It's your top 5 games. All the kills matter, and well, placement matters too. As Adore explained, first place 5 points, second place 3 points, third place 1 point added onto your score. We have a drop here heading right into TV station. I don't know if there was a helicopter there before, Adore, maybe we missed it, or if it just didn't spawn in at that location. But it's interesting to see this. Do you think from some of these players we will see the typical maybe hospital drops for that, or maybe they're not quite at the place where they feel confident to be getting those kind of helicopter kills off the rip? What do you think?
I think right here they kind of just said, let's just kind of land safe right here, kind of get a quick loadout. I mean, depending on like their map, to see if there's a buy right there close by, trying to get a really, getting the loadout is very key. Getting the loadout, trying to run and gun everywhere you can. I mean, it kind of bums me out that they didn't land on a heli. I mean, because the more faster you get to places, the more quicker you can kill some teams and stuff. But since there's no buy near them, it's going to be them running around kind of with no vehicle, with a Bertha here. But
Yeah, they'll be able to pick up that Bertha and start rotating. Of course, one of the main things too is that you're in a trio. They will have enough money now to get a loadout, to get those loadout guns, which is oftentimes kind of a comfort thing for people, right? Like there's certain players, even you've heard players like Mutex say from time to time, there's certain fights that they just don't want to get into until they know they have that comfort zone of their loadout weapons.
Yeah. So I think getting the loadout really early in the game is definitely a good thing.
Yes, absolutely. I agree. It kind of gives you that momentum. Of course, you also get the perks as well, which is very, very beneficial. As we switch on over, though, one member is going down. We'll see if the teammates can get some help for him. And another down here will net him his first kill. Yeah, so some nice teamwork out of them to work their way through the building, try and get him up on the ground. He looks like he will be able to survive just fine. But so far, so good for them. A bit of a slow start, but not a bad start by any means. Not going to the gulag early is a good thing, Adore.
Yes, that is a very good thing. Try to save your gulags as much as you can, especially till like almost the very end circle, just right before the gulag is disabled. So as long as they try to keep that their gulags towards the very end. And I have heard of Renji, and he's definitely an underrated player. I've seen him play in some small tournaments, and he's definitely really, really good at the game.
And that's interesting. I love that insight because, like I said earlier, I'm not quite as familiar with some of them. So it helps me when I have someone who can kind of shed some light on players, maybe to keep an eye on, guys, because some of these players, they're looking again for that first place prize to be able to make their way into the $20,000 main event. And these are people who could become household names someday, Adore. We could be talking about them as much as we talk about some of the other big Warzone pros.
This is very, very true. I mean, there's a lot of these people, and getting a UAV off rip too. Yep, they pop the UAV trying to see like the people that are kind of close to them from that one guy that they killed from the very beginning. Try to wipe off that team. I love that play. I think that's like one of my favorite plays. Them kind of breaking the angle in Warzone, because in Warzone, like the camera angles are huge. So like the staircase plays are definitely a big thing. Trying to catch them off guard when they go up. So that's actually a good thing.
You want to talk to me about camera angles? I play on a PS4 Pro. Girl,
you still play on a PC?
Oh no! I'm in the Stone Age. I have not upgraded my Empire yet. I am living that 60 FPS, like 80 FOV dream. So you talk about that. Trust me, girl.
I think it kind of changes everything. The advantage of playing on PC is so much. I was playing on PS4 till the very beginning of this year, and oh man, my life has changed completely, and just the way I see the game and how I've improved in the game. So,
you mean you can actually see the game? Let's just stop there. Exactly. You can actually see things now. It's great. Yep. The amount of times I'll be playing with people and I die, or like they die, and I'm like trying to go around and buy them back, and they'll be like, "Oh, hey, there was money over there," and I'm like, "What do you mean?" And they're like, "Oh, you can't see that because you're on 80 FOV." But I'll be joining you guys soon enough. I have a PC on the way, so Adore, soon I will be as good as you.
Love that. Yes, you might be actually better. Oh my god.
We'll have to see, but some of these teams, and here we go, 8 kills so far. This is actually a great start. 100 people left in the lobby, and you've got about 3 minutes left on Circle 1. That's a good judge of the health of a lobby, right, Adore? So if you're in the closing of the first circle, and especially if you're at 100 or over 100, ideally, that's key. The health it's pretty solid so far.
Yeah, especially in the first circle. I mean, it's good to have that, that number of people still in the game. I mean, by third circle, and it's kind of looking around like the 30 and 40 people in third circle, it's kind of a bad lobby because the lobbies are just dying so fast. But this is actually a really good start.
Yeah, no, that's great. I mean, he has 8 kills. Someone just either won the gulag or got bought back, still hovering at just over 100. That's a great start for them. We've seen some of these teams so far that we've been going through a bit lower on the kill count. Granted, again, it is the beginning of a game, but this is a great start. He'll have to back away, scrambles, doesn't have any plates, gets down by the second teammate, gets sent to the gulag. He will fall in fast fashion. I do not think he anticipated more than one person being there.
No. Definitely not. They had different angles. They were holding different angles, especially on the staircase, too. Here's his teammate trying to see if he can get that one kill that got him on, shot him in the back.
Yeah, and there he goes. He'll take the fight too,
right there,
but unfortunately, yeah, it looks like maybe caught out a little bit early when he was sprinting, not able to ADS fast enough to get the first shots off, and he'll fall. And well, that means one of your teammates needs to be back, and this is Thugger, someone we've heard a lot about. He has 5 kills, so they're sitting at a decent amount, I think. So about maybe like 14 or so kills between the 3 of them. But yeah, he needs to, at this point, you're hoping that your teammate gets out of the gulag. You don't have nearly enough money yet to buy your other teammate back, and you know now that there's a team above you who's basically killed 2/3 of you. So back off a little bit, maybe run away, try and find some cash, try and regroup, because he does also only have 1 plate to his name.
Yeah, and no money. Oh my goodness, this is tough. This is definitely tough.
He's got no armor.
He is vulnerable.
He's not having a good time.
Not having a good time.
He has his guns, so.
This is actually,
Ooh, that team is beaming him, though. I don't know if they must have their loadouts too, I would assume. I mean, they seem to have his number. I don't know if they're just specifically trying to hunt them down or what. But in the meantime, good news. Hey, his teammate has landed back. He's about 500 meters away, so will not be here to help Thugger if he gets into any trouble. But at least if he dies, will not be completely.
Someone down the hallway too.
Yeah, dire straits for him. Some nice wall bangs through the door will break the armor, forced to back off. But I like this. He has no plate, so he can't take too many hyper aggressive gunfights, and he'll get one down there. Maybe try and go for the full, and he'll get the double with it. Beautiful job out of them, and he'll get the triple. But hey, you still got one more, and unfortunately. He gets the 1v3, but you could see him rezzing in the corner a door, and it was just not quite enough. If he had even a sliver of a plate, I think he wins that.
Yeah, that guy just self-revived right in front of him after he just downed all 3 of them, sadly.
I mean, that's tough. I really do think, like, if he'd had even 2 plates, because when he initially started that 1v3 engagement, he had a single plate.
Yeah.
If he has even another plate, a half of a plate, he probably gets it done.
Having full plates and having everything advantage in gunfights is just key. It's so key.
Yeah,
I hope they don't leave that game, though. I really hope they don't leave that game. That's actually a good potential game, especially with 8 kills with that many people up. It's tough in time kill races to find really good lobbies. So once you finally get one of that really good solid lobby where the people are holding, you need to hold on to that as much as you can.
So how often, Adore, when you're playing, how early in a lobby do you start to kind of get that sense that it could potentially lead to a very high kill lobby? How quickly into it are you like, I get that feeling?
Usually I think it's depending on how many kills the whole groups have. It's not just based off one person. If the one person has a really good start, that's a good thing too. If we get those just how the other team here had 8 with 100 up, that's a really good start. It's additional to what your teammates have. I think that's kind of you kind of have to look at the big picture and see especially with the UAV to see where all the teams are. If you see teams are all huddled up and different teams huddled in one particular area, it's key. But it's when everything is spread apart like wildfire, it's tough to get to those teams really fast. So
we're watching this POV, right? And he's got 4 kills, so an okay amount, 93 left in the lobby. But what I'm really looking at is the fact that this gentleman's sub goal is sitting at 49 out of 50. He's in a tournament to get into a 20K event. Someone must have a primer laying around to get this man to his sub goal. Give him the juice, the energy he needs. Some beautiful downs. Able to get a number of tags here. Nets his 5th kill, looking maybe for his 6th. Will go and reach out. A beautiful job out of him. Gets the downs, gets the clats, gets the kills, and that will give him 3 in a row.
Those were nice shots on his end.
How do you feel? So this is always interesting to me, and I love to ask co-casters, how do you feel about this area of the map? Because I feel like I have a love-hate relationship with it a lot of the time because of just all the different angles that you can get shot from. Do you like this promenade area, or do you have bad memories?
I have very, very bad memories. I think I like to stay. I think I like to stay on the other side of the map where it's the bottom right of the map, or not the bottom right, the kind of the to the left side of the map, the Bonard area, or the dealership area here, Superstore, or hangars like right next to this side of the map. I like those areas because I'm very familiar wise with them. But like if it's promenade or like if it's downtown, oh no.
Oh no one likes downtown.
I'll run away.
No one likes downtown. And chat, I want all of you to know that if you do like downtown, we can't be friends. He gets some nice shots in, but he will be 1 plate shy of 3. Gets it down. I don't know if there's someone else up there to get the revive for him or if he's just stranded, but it looks like he's going to back off, try and potentially make his way toward that loadout, and knows that he has to play a bit careful because, well, you have 1 plate left. Does have a self-revive, though, to work with, and on top of that, 11K. So if he can get somewhere near a buy station, he should be okay. But yeah, some finesse and some...
I love how he does what I do when I'm in game. He dips his head, like in the camera, like in real life. He'll dip his head while he's shooting people, trying to get behind a rock, kind of duck his head for cover. I do the same thing, especially like when I'm trying to like move from a car or something. I move my whole body to the right.
Oh, I do that all the time too. My chat'll crack me up. They'll be like, "Why, Katie? Why are you leaning? Why are you leaning like this is real life?" And I'm like, "You don't understand. It's like when you press the button harder in a game. It does make it more effective."
Yes, it does. It really does. It makes you feel really close within the game.
Yeah, I need to be in Verdansk. You don't understand.
Virtual reality.
If I lean, I'm less likely to get hurt. Take a look at this. 26 left in the lobby. Actually, I think that's his 10th. I think here in the next couple kills, Adore, if you're up for it, I would actually like to do a listen in a couple kills once they get toward the end of this lobby to see what the comms are like. Because guys, again,
100%.
as Adore mentioned, placement points matter. You get 5 extra points for first, 3 for second, and 1 point for third. So I think if we can go ahead and turn up those headphones and do a listen, and that would be fantastic.
We should try to fan out and get we should try to get as many of these as we can since this lobby's dead.
Yeah.
Hey, fellas, at the end of the day, we played legit. That's all I'm gonna say, because there's gonna be people that are playing this shit that aren't.
Yep.
Last ping, popping.
Nice, that's a dude that I killed earlier. We can push these dudes port too.
Yep, I'm gonna go straight across right now. Oh shit, they're already looking at me. Yeah, fuck. The poor guy.
Oh my god.
Another UAV.
Yeah, fuck. The poor guy got me, yeah. I have gulag though.
Okay. Yeah, he's sniping at me too. Dude's all knowing, isn't he?
Yeah, no, he was like already looking at me.
He just sniped at me again though.
Man, stunned.
I'm gonna leave that dude to you. I'm gonna go buy him back.
Enemy UAV overhead.
He's down up top.
Be advised, UAV is bingo fuel. RTB for resupply.
Oh. Are there more of them?
Yeah, there goes. Oh. Hallway, resing them right now.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Yeah, they're just chilling up top, bro.
It's fucking bullshitting, man. It's like so annoying.
Like actually though.
Yeah, yeah, I mean,
There's an ATV right here.
yeah, I'm just trying to swing around him. He's using a fucking Barrett 50 cal, like. Cool. Time for Glenn, so can I look across? And he's He's right here. I can't. Yeah, he's on that building though.
Somebody else over here. I don't know if he's up top or what.
Prep for area recon.
UAV entering the AO. We're out of time. Scrub the contract.
Did you kill those guys up top?
I didn't kill the people top port.
Marking new safe zone.
Where'd you kill that guy, Renji?
So 1 second. It's right here. Right on me, directly on me now.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
There's a man over here on me.
Oh, it's on the low.
I'm almost on land by him.
Yeah, do that.
There's a buy over here by him too.
What's it called? There's people's stuff over here as well.
Yeah.
2 people just landed up top though, so.
Oh, he. Let me know when I'm good to cut it.
Oh.
That's
Hey,
crazy.
Res.
What's it called? This dude's sniping over here, bro.
You have enough to resin, by the way.
Okay.
See that shit?
They just threw a grenade at me. The fuck? There's people right below me. They're probably trying to get their stuff again.
We need to get to the safe zone.
No one in the back of that. There were definitely people still inside there.
Yeah, they pushed him to our left.
Where?
Our left over here. Close.
Target right here.
Right here outside this wall.
Adore, this is the final game that never ends. We have been hovering between 19 to 21 people for what seems like 8 years, which is good news for these guys because it can rack them up a couple more kills. That'll be a 13th here, but it's never going to end. We're going to be in this lobby forever.
I don't have a guy.
But I mean, it's a good thing that the lobby is still like this is such a good lobby for them. Like I was saying, like this is the same team that got their loadout right off rip. They still had like 100 people up.
There's 2 of them.
And now, this is gonna be a tough like gas play too.
Yeah, this is tough. He has the self-free, can't really do much with it at that point. He'll fall maybe too late of a rotation. And, well, we bring back just in time to get 6th place, guys. And as a reminder, top 3 gets you additional points. But you can see 14, 7, and 13. So they'll have about 34 kills there if my pocket math is on point, which I don't know if it is or not. Is it? Am I just horribly
he got that
wrong?
kill. He got that last kill right before they backed out. It was 15.
Oh, there you go then.
kills.
Perfect.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's not bad. Guys, this is 4 hours with your top 5 games. So if you start out strong like that, Adore, that can take some pressure off of you, right? You get a good game right off the rip.
I think it's a good thing to kind of just put a game on the leaderboard to, you know, have an idea of what you can replace. So like you go from there. So you like you stack up your best, you know, your 4 games, 3 games, and you know, and then you go from there. You kind of just say, all right, what games can we replace this game with? But just kind of have like an idea of how many kills you should get or average about.
So when you've played, and I believe that you have, correct me if I'm wrong, you've played in these timed kill races before, correct?
Oh, yes.
So at what point within a timed kill race are you starting to get anxious?
Ooh, I think it's around maybe an hour, depending on like how long the time kill races are. So let's say like just like because like this is like 4 hours. I think towards like the very end, like an hour and 30 minutes in, because each game roughly, you know, last about 30 minutes. So that's average about 3 games if you even, manage to stay in the game. So like let's say like if the game's even worth staying in, if the lobby's even worth staying in. So I think that's where I start getting a little nervous, like maybe an hour or like an hour 30, and we don't have like some games that, weren't good enough, or we just don't have those, already games like already inputted in. So we don't know where we stand. I think, like I said, I think it's really good to kind of already input your games, your best 3 or 4 games first. So then you can kind of have like a idea of like where you should go from there, rather than having no games and just putting solely just what you think is the best game. Because then you're kind of stuck in a race to kind of figure out, like kind of gather up your best games towards the very end. And that's where I get a little anxious. And that's what I learned playing in these time kill races.
Right. I'm sure like sometimes if you're not paying attention to it and managing it, the stress can kind of get to you. I've seen people sort of fall apart in the endings of a run when they're kind of playing frantic. They're a little frenetic. They're not calm and cool. They're not playing the game like they know. So you look at a lot of these players and you say, who can keep calm when it gets into the final hour of this kill race? Maybe you really need that big game. Who can kind of get that done, and who's going to choke?
Yeah. This is, I agree. Ooh, and a nice save from him.
And this is actually interesting. So in this game, he did get his 9th kill there. So actually 84 left in the lobby. But interestingly enough, it was about a minute, I think, until first circle closed, and there was still over 100 people. And it seems like this lobby so far for them has been fairly decent. It does seem like the pace has picked up a little bit in terms of kills, but so far, especially now when you have 1 minute left until second circle begins, you have 80 people left. It's not terrible.
It's not bad. It's not really. And 9 kills. I wonder how many kills his teammates have too.
Yeah, that is definitely always a great question. But look now, look at how fast the lobby is dying. It's already like 77, 76. There's some big gunfights happening.
They need to
across
start
the map.
getting a car and start moving, getting some bounties. I mean, they have money. They have money to get a quick res for his teammate, have him regain. Catching some kills.
But everything could start to go wrong because, well, the player with all of the money, $11,000, is about to die. And the gentleman on your screen, he has 0. Can he get there? Can he slide cancel? Yes, he can. He gets the kill, his 10th.
I love
and
that.
saves the teammate.
Not a teammate. Oh man, that's a good teammate right there.
There's no better feeling than it's like the slow motion, the dramatic movie music comes on. They're slide canceling to get to you. You're watching the timer tick down, and they're like, no. And then they save you. You're like, you're the best. You're the best person I've ever met in my life.
Yep. And then when you can't get them, that's the last time they're ever playing with them.
That's horrible. You slide into them to like be the hero. You are the Marvel movie, and then they die. And you're like, oh, that's tough. That's tough.
And especially after second circle too. After second circle, it's really tough about finding teams, because like that's when you get your second loadout, and that's when everyone starts going ghosted, like getting their ghost loadouts, and then it's really hard to kind of pinpoint like where all the teams are. So that's another reason why these time kill races are pretty tough, because then everyone that you kind of come across, they're already hidden.
No, I mean, that's a great point, too. Like, it's not quite so easy to just pop that UAV and see where everyone is. Well, he'll get it down, gets another, but he himself is down, does not have a self-revive to work with. And oh, wait, we're back in time. We went back in time. Is this not the moment that he got saved?
Yep.
This is.
This is actually...
I was like, wait, hold on. We're being debated by stream delays. Ooh! Look at that nice little snap.
That was a nice snipe right there.
Cannot complain about that at all. But now 2.5 minutes as Circle 2 closes, and 65 in the lobby. So starting to dwindle fairly quickly. And they do not have enough money to buy the teammate back. And they'll start working on that right now. But this could still potentially shape up to be a fairly decent game, depending on what happens.
Yeah.
And look at this, though. As we swing on over to train
16?
station, 16 kills and 16
Ooh.
left in the lobby. 15 now. They'll be stuck in the storm. They've got to race their way out. He should be okay, but they are taking shots. He'll try
does
and
not have a
spur
gas mask
forward.
either.
Yes, he does not
Oof.
have a gas mask. Can he make it with a sliver of
Ooh,
health?
he
He
did.
does just that, but he does have the plates at least to be able to armor up and keep going.
Yeah. They're actually almost in a good position if they can just rotate a little early, into circle to kind of hold them, especially because he has a sniper. I think rotation and like positioning is huge for endgame. Very, very big.
Oh, absolutely. Depending on how the circle pulls, it can be a make or break for you winning a game or losing a game. And guys, there's 5 other teams left, so a total of 6 teams. He will try and revive that teammate. Reminder again, top 3 are the only placements that will get you additional points.
Going into 5 teams now. Ooh, let's see. I wonder what language they're speaking too.
I have no idea. Chat, if any of you know,
Yeah.
let us know. I don't know how I feel about the scope though, I will say. I mean, he's doing
It's
well
very
with it.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I haven't seen the scope.
So he's looking for his 17th. He has the down there.
Ooh,
what a
what a
beautiful
snipe.
snap again with the
Oh my
double. Make it back.
That was a
back.
beautiful snipe.
Do not peek this man, Adore. He will kill you.
I would not want to run into him.
Yeah, no. And there's another one. We'll be prepared. They're gonna jump off. He should misses the first shot, but to be fair, kind of some tricky ones to make as they jump off the roof.
That
but look
is
at this.
always a tough
So
thing.
many players Adore.
Oh,
They
the
know
hit
he's
marker.
there, but they can't do much against him.
At least he cleared the backside of himself so he feels a little bit more comfortable to kind of peek and expose his backside right here.
Yeah, but he's now in a 1v2.
Ooh, what a nice.
And look at these headshots. 19 kills to his name. He's now in a 1v2 against the other team. He will get a minimum of 3 points if he gets second place. If he can, however, clutch this up, not only will he manage to make it 21 kills to his name, but he'll also get another 5 points on top of that. Can he do it, Adore?
I believe he can. I have full faith. This guy has a 6.89 KD.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Wow. Ooh, my
Sir.
God. Do not peek this man.
They have families, sir.
Ooh, can he clutch this? Ooh. Gotta reposition.
He does have the self-revive as well, so he might be missing a plate, but he does have a self-revive to work with. And this player
this is nice. Oh my
has
God.
to
And
push
with the
into him.
clutch.
Adore, look at that. 21,
Oh my
16,
goodness.
and 14. Tack
What
on another 5 to that.
amazing.
Adore, that is the best ending that we have seen to a game
That
thus far.
is actually a beautiful snipes towards the very end.
Yeah,
Good
I mean, do
job
you
on
think-
his end?
Adore, do you think that there's a chance maybe that could be our standout team, the team to
I think
watch in this
so.
tournament?
I think so. Yes, they have definitely showed out at the very end. Good teamwork.
Yeah, that was very important when you have everyone in the double digits, guys, and you get a win. That can be the make or break, the difference on whether you can get first place and earn your ticket to the 20K main event. But for us, Adore and I, we're going to go on a quick break, so don't go anywhere. When we come back, more Warzone action.
Nope. One shot.
Just more.
On my left. Oh, fuck.
Okay, that's all.
We are well underway to the Call of Duty, the Code Red Freedom Collegiate Qualifier. Adore, we were literally just laughing about saying this whole thing because it's not easy.
No.
So it's the Code Freedom Collegiate Qualifier presented by the U.S. Army National Guard. Please don't clip that. We got it right on the second try, Adore. I'll mess it up so that you don't have to. But what have you liked so far?
I love
What have
you
you
for
liked
that.
what we've seen so far from these competitors?
I like the teamwork. I like how they're all, they're keeping their energy up. I mean, in these time kill races, like a lot of people kind of just, work too much and like they think too much into the games that they're just not letting them to actually let their natural skill just kind of like just run their course. And, but the teamwork and like the comms and, all the energy that's going into it, I love watching it.
Yeah, it can be really infectious for us when we're casting to be able to kind of watch that energy unfold on the screen. And well, what is that energy for, Adore? What are these guys fighting for in this tournament?
I mean, they're trying to get that top place they're trying to qualify for the big tournament, that big event.
20K.
20K is a lot. Yeah. I wish I had 20K.
Yeah. I know, right? Like, gentlemen, let us know. We're here. Our donations are open. We've got you. We're about to jump into the games, though, guys. As Adore said, first place is a ticket to the main $20,000 event against some of the top dogs in Warzone. Let's get right back into the action. We've about 40 minutes into the event. This is a 4-hour kill race in trios. And well, placement does matter at least a little bit. You get 5 extra points added onto your score if you get first, 3 for second, and 1 point for third. But fourth on up, tough luck. You'll have to try again in the next drop. And well, this team, there's about 25 people left in the lobby, 8 kills here. And this is Thugger on your screen. We'll see what they can get done. What are the promising teams? What are the names, Adore, that we might be more familiar with?
I think what's it called? I think there was a lot of people that were gaming in the couple, like was Lennon, and then like Thugger was in here, and then also Renji. I've noticed, and I seen him play. That's a tough way to go out of that game right
Should
there.
be zippy and try to climb on.
But yeah, these
It's multiple
names
now.
right here are, I don't normally see them on a everyday, but they are standing out. They are shining in the past few games that we've been looking into.
Yeah, every game it seems like we've come across to see them. It's like, oh, double digits and fairly decent amounts. Like you're 16 kills, there's 31 people left, there's a decent amount of teams. Like any game in a qualifier like this where you're seeing that amount of kills, especially if your teammates are kind of having the same momentum as you are, can really set you up to have a dominant lead in a time kill race like this. When you come out of the gate, right? Like how important is it to momentum in a time kill race, Adore, to come out early and get very solid games?
I mean, it's good to just get those big games now, early into these time kill races. So then, like I said, like when it's that hour, you're not sweating it. You're trying to just get your placement points, trying to get all the kills, get the places points if you can. And then when you're almost in the last hour and you know where you're sitting at, you're kind of just smooth sailing. If you get a better game than what you did originally in the first 2 hours, then you're kind of just cruising on by.
Right, it's icing on the cake, right? You're like, we started out really strong, cool. If we get something better, awesome. But there's not that extra pressure of, hey, there's only an hour and a half left. Hey, there's only an hour left. Like we have to go.
Ooh, these are really easy kills right here. Ooh, and he gets sniped.
Not even sure. Did he get sniped from top tower? Did you see?
I think he got sniped from a whole different angle right there in like the TV tower right there.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the joy of downtown. You might be getting kills, you might be on a building, but guess what? There's someone probably in a taller building than you, and they will snipe you. Good luck. Have fun in the gulag.
No, but these, I mean, 17 kills here, 26 up. And this is who I was mentioning earlier, Renji. He is, like I said, he is definitely someone to definitely look at within these tourneys here. He is definitely someone who has showed his talent and skill in this game multiple times in very small tournaments. He gets these free, easy picks flying off the roof.
And it's not too bad. This should be another easy potential down. I think not quite able to get the final shots in to actually get the kill. And there you go. He'll fly on by, does manage to look left, get it, and that'll net him his 20th. And well, 20 other players outside of this team could still lead them to a very, very, very comfortable game. So look at this, 12 as well on his teammate. So another potential high kill game for them, pretty much back to back.
Yep. They're all spread out too. They are all split into, this is actually, if you feel comfortable enough and you feel comfortable to do like a solo trio game play, I mean, go for it. I mean, you, like I said, you get more chances of getting those more than double-digit kills, and you know, more kills. I mean, come on, like you need more kills.
I mean, it makes all the difference, right? I think combined, they're sitting at something like maybe 45 plus kills right now. And if you get first place, great. That's another 5 points that you've just earned. So back to back, they are looking very strong. One of our contenders for first place. And what do you get, guys, for first place? Well, you get a ticket to a potential $20,000 payday. You see the comms coming out. I would like maybe in a couple kills, if there's potential for us to do a listen in here in a second or two, that would be fantastic. But they do have the Bertha Adore. They're heading up onto the hills, trying to get some of that high ground at Array. And Adore, if you're up for it, I think it's time for us to go to a little listen and see what they can do for the final circles.
Yep.
Is broken on the thing.
I'm getting nothing over
Another one over here?
Okay, I'm plating.
He's all the way up top, I think.
Okay. I'm with you. Nice. I'm gonna work. Nice. I'm gonna. Where's that other team you said?
On my mark.
Okay.
It was on the, what's it called? It was on the little buy over there.
At the buy?
He was at the buy across the bridge.
Okay. Yeah, I see him shooting at grab right now.
What's it called? We're pulling up.
yeah, they're at the buy. That second story.
I'm the vehicle right here. I'm the vehicle right here. Got him. Top as well.
Yeah, it's bouncing Betty down.
I'll res him.
Let's see.
He's on by here.
Yo,
Yeah.
police.
Me?
Police weak. Yo, right here in front of us. On this
He's
little,
top of
it won't let me fucking jump up.
He's running back to police.
Is
And
it?
then one's being deep.
Coming on the ladder. There's two of them in here.
On me, weak. On me, weak. He's pushing me. Yeah, I have the other dude down.
Nice.
I'm in sight from the hill.
Yeah.
You can buy me back, I think.
Make sure my guns are reloaded.
Like, I'll keep that truck, cause
Yeah, there's another Bertha there too. You should roll up on the Bertha, or roll up on the sniper team with this Bertha next to cop. I see that guy you're shooting at. Bertha next to cop. I see that guy you're shooting at.
Bomber downed him. I just got sniped, but I downed one.
Right here. Yeah. You have time on me?
I only have a pistol. I ain't get my guns.
There's guns over here.
Where at? Okay. Yeah. We got enough to buy him back too, if you stay here.
Yeah, I'll cut it then. On my X now,
Alright.
I'm gonna land loadout, but there's three total, so.
Okay. Hopefully I can find a damn decent gun.
I'm gonna go land loadout and play the hole and
Yeah, I'm playing the hold right now. I'm rotating left.
land loadout and play the hole and
Yeah, I'm playing the hold right now. I'm rotating left.
dude, fucking in this yellow house right here. So be careful.
So I just go ahead and rotate over.
I would just play with Greb, since it's the last couple teams. You pick up that 3, there's 8 left.
Yeah, honestly, bro, like I might be dead crossing. So probably what the best play for you is to get in that
Swing
Bertha
around. Yeah,
crossing. So probably what the best play for you is to get in that Bertha.
swing around. Yeah, swing that top side of the circle, because they're on that blue thing, so be careful crossing.
Yeah, I think he's looking. Were they all in this building?
I don't know,
Were they all in this building?
I don't know, I just got shot by one landing loadout.
Yeah, they're just camping in this building. Yeah, they're just camping in this building. I'm gonna see if I can help you out. Where are they at? Nice, good shit. Top this window. Wow, he didn't miss a bullet.
He's the interesting one.
Let's watch this. Yeah, watch out for Yash, man, because that M13 didn't look like it missed bullets.
What's that, chill?
Yeah, because placement counts for kills, right? So
So
Yeah, 5.
first is 5, second I think is 4, 3 is
yeah,
yeah.
you're chilling. If you go one more, that's 4, which is dope.
I think I'm not really 100% sure.
No,
I know
I'm pretty sure. I glanced at it earlier.
I know 4th place and above is 0, so we'll get some type of placement.
8 grab, honestly, I wouldn't even peek, bro. He's
Yeah,
fucking weird.
bro.
No one's ever going to know that we called the play perfectly, Adore, but we were both sitting
No.
here and we said he needs to just chill. You already netted a point for getting 3rd place, but you can get 2 easy ones if you get in 2nd. And then lo and behold,
My eyes feeling actually a
they
lot
knew.
better, not gonna lie.
Yep. We should actually play the lottery today.
We should. We'll go get our scratch tickets. We'll be millionaires.
Mm-hmm.
Can you even make millions off of a scratch ticket?
I honestly, I don't know.
I'm a boring person, so I have no idea. I'm like, I said, I went to Vegas and read my Kindle in my room. So that is not a world that I'm familiar with.
Katie, no. You should
Look,
have.
I'm old. My knees hurt. Like, I need my downtime.
I hear you. I hear you.
And so does Grev. Is his name Grev? So does Grev. He's having some downtime. He's hanging out by the rocks. He's tanning. I don't know how hot it is in Verdansk, but he's just chilling, doing his thing. No one has died this entire time. Nothing has occurred.
They are camped up in the buildings. I think it's like 3. Oh, one team just died. All right, it's a 1v3 right here.
Ooh, and a nice extra kill for him. He'll get top 2. He's in a 1v2 for first place. First place would be incredible, but he has just earned them an additional 2 points. He will fall at the end, but guaranteeing second place, you get 1 point for third, you get 3 for second. So a beautiful game out of them. This is back-to-back Adore that they have now had very solid games.
Yes, this is very true. They just need to solidify. They just need to just like buckle down and get that first place. They're so close. That's the second time that they got into like the very end circle and with a lot of kills.
Okay, I need to know what's happening in the background of Thugger's stream because I don't know if like a universe is being created or we're at a rave. Like, I'm here for it though. It looks cool.
He is here trying to get all the energy from his magical light right there and trying to
absorbing the cosmic energy to help his gunny. And someone who hasn't been having too much trouble with his gunny, this gentleman on your screen right now gets a down, snaps to get the second, will be able to get it, nets his 13th, looking for the 14th. That is a down already. 59 left in the lobby. Adore, this could be shaping up to be an incredible game for him.
This is actually something new also that a lot of people are doing. They're using the XM4 as their primary now, not as their secondary, and it does fairly well, I've seen. I mean, I wouldn't put it up against like a Farah, but it does do well at range still. So I like to see that he's using something different. It's good to see, a variety of use.
Yeah, of course. I mean, when there's a meta that's only 2 guns, that's not a fun meta. And I think Warzone and especially the devs have come a long way in helping kind of make a healthier ecosystem for viability in terms of close range. Long range is still, as you said, kind of a little short and narrow with things like the Farah. Like I think you mentioned C50. It's kind of becoming more of a staple gun. I'm excited to give it a try as well. You said in the beginning, it's more similar to the AMAX. Is that in terms of kind of like recoil patterns or fire rate?
I think it's a fire rate and just the way it just like it shoots and like I don't know. For me, it just reminds me so much of it and just how fast I've killed like teams with it. It kind of just reminds me of the recoil pattern of it. I don't know. I like that there's new ARs to use now because we were stuck on the AMAX for so long. Even though I do miss it from time to time, because like I'm a big person. I'm a big sucker for, sticking to one gun or sticking to something that I already know commonly. But yeah, so the AMAX I definitely miss, but I like that there's new ARs in the game now.
Oh, trust me, it took up until almost the end of the AMAX meta for my friends to convince me to let the Kilo go. I love the Kilo. It will forever be my favorite gun in this game. It's my heart and soul, and I know it's not been meta for a long time.
At one point.
They'll have to pry it out of my cold, dead hands, which is what they did. They were like, they had an intervention, Adore. They were like, girl, we got to get you on the AMAX. You don't understand. And I did it. Now I'm at the Farah. I'll consider it my successor to the Kilo.
Oh, no. Yeah, no, my best friend was just like that. She is, she loves consistent, like when she sticks to a gun, she sticks to a gun. Anna will literally.
We're loyal.
She's very loyal to her guns. If it's not broken, why fix it? That kind of thing.
That's what I'm saying. I don't need the shiny new toy on the block, guys. I just need something that's tried and true. It's never gonna let me down. That was my Kilo. Someday it'll be back, I believe.
I don't know.
No, don't give me hope. You're supposed to be like, yeah, girl, totally. You can be shaking your head no while you give me those affirmations, but you should be like, it'll be back, totally.
I mean, I want to make you happy, so yes.
Thank you. Right? Happy caster, happy life, right? That's how that saying's supposed to go. Look at this, 38 left in the lobby. He hasn't been able to rack up a ton more kills since we last saw, but 16, certainly a decent amount. I would think maybe, I don't know if it's just rotations of teams or maybe some fights that he didn't necessarily feel totally comfortable taking.
I think he's trying to just find and scope out teams, you know? I think, like what I was mentioning before, like after the second circle, and it's already third circle. This is third circle with 35. This lobby died.
Mm-hmm.
I am very surprised that they are sticking to this lobby. But I mean, if they see potential, depending on how many kills the whole team has, I mean, I think he's just trying to see if he could scope out all the teams that he can, because he notices that the team, like, there's not that many people left on the map.
Right.
And he feels comfortable enough to kind of just say, hey, there's teams here, and then they can wrap with vehicles and stuff. So he definitely has the car is definitely one-y.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many kills his teammates have. 16 is pretty decent for him, but this man is lost in the sauce.
That
Sir,
man.
I don't know if you know where you are or what's going on, but this is a video game where you shoot back. He's on a nature hike. Sir.
He was hiking in Verdansk right there.
Yeah, well, that's why don't always pick up strangers, folks. Hitchhikers, they can't be trusted. He knew, and he nets his 17th kill for it. You might meet someone on the road that you're not going to get along with.
Definitely, this is like what I was trying to say. Oh, yeah, his car is kind of messed up. But this is like a lot of the teams are, you know, ghosted up. You can't see them on the map, even if you put like that one UAV up, like he didn't even see that there was a team there. I think that's why he was going off in a car trying to scope out these few teams that are left.
Yeah, unfortunately he does get caught out, not quite. I think got a little confused by the angle as the guy jumped out and kind of got some air on him. So a little bit of a tricky angle. You end up shooting someone's knees instead of their chest or upper torso.
Definitely
or better yet,
lost aim assist right there.
Yeah. And that can make or break so many fights. If you can break someone's aim assist, especially in places like hospital, for example, when you drop in initially for the helicopter, those grates under the platform, there's a lot of areas in the map that can kind of make your aim assist get a bit wonky. So unfortunately he will fall. And as we move on over, hospital, something I was just talking about, they'll pick up their helicopter a little less than 50% health, and 2 kills, so a bit of a slow start with 87 in the lobby. At what point? Okay, so if you're sitting, I'm not sure what the rest of his teammate scores are, but Adore, if you're sitting in a game like this, you have 2 kills, there's 87 people left, you have 2 minutes left in circle 1. When do you decide, hey, maybe it's time to pull the trigger and just get us into a new lobby?
I think this is actually, depending if they have gulags or not. Like if they did go to the gulag, if like only one teammate went into the gulag, then I think they're sitting really, really good. Especially if they still have their heli. I think this is actually really good because they can push teams so much more quicker. And then right here he kind of gets rotates into like where all the teams kind of landed, especially sometimes a lot of the teams are having a hard time getting their loadout, so you can kind of maybe catch those teammates that still haven't got the loadout.
You can see he's trying to look over his teammates as they get the revive in the middle of hangars. Can be a very dangerous place. You're out in the open. He knows at least one, I think, is maybe top peach area that he's trying to locate. Maybe someone even over as far as police station. You can see just trying. One of his teammates will fall and heads to the gulag. And now another teammate still caught out in the open. That's a very, very, very tough
there's
position.
2 different teams. Yeah, 2 different teams are looking at them. That is definitely a very tough spot, especially if you're out in the open right there. You're just exposed to so many different angles. But this area, I love fighting in this area. I think that's where like my comfy spot is, in like just landing there, either there or hospital. Like those are the 2 main spots, especially in tournaments.
And Chad, I want you all to know here. Not only is Adore doing an absolutely incredible job casting this event, but you're right. I do speak. I enunciate my punctuation. You'll know when there's a comma or a period, but I passed 3rd grade, guys, but beyond that, we don't talk about math. I can talk real good, Adore. Real good. but don't get me in on math. I try. It's funny. Warzone has actually made me better at math because I've had to calculate like, do we have 10K? How much more money do we need to be able to buy someone
I can
back?
relate to that in so many ways. Yes.
I'm getting there.
Oh. No, like far.
This is interesting. I'm trying to. So they have 2 up. They will need to buy 1 back. They don't have enough money to do so. Scrambles way. Good news, perhaps. Yes, you do have more than enough plates to be able to get fully armored. And on top of that, you have the gold gas mask. So that
kind
can
of
maybe offer
mistake
some
his
late
teammate
plays.
right there.
Yeah. Okay.
For an enemy.
I know. This is going to be a trust exercise, but please raise your hand if you've accidentally tried to kill a teammate before. My hand is raised. And if you say you haven't, you're lying. Well, Adore, that's how they will fall. 17 kills, 11th place, so no points for them, unfortunately. It's tough. It seems like maybe they could have had that end up as a good game, but do you think that they just stuck it out for too long? Should they have dipped from that game earlier?
Yeah, I think that they should have bought themselves out and got some time, bought themselves a little bit more time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that can be tough, kind of that. How important do you think that decision making is, right? To be able to make that snap call. Do you stick something out? Do you push something, or do you just pull out of a game?
Yeah, I kind of think there's usually like an in-game leader who kind of like looks at how many people are in the lobby still, and like you kind of have to just stick to your guns and say, hey, you guys, like I think this is not a good game. This is just a game that we just need to reset, get a better lobby, and get more luck in the next lobby. So.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. Can they regain? Can they get a better game moving forward? We'll find out right after this quick break, guys. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Code Freedom Collegiate Qualifier, where you have teams fighting it out in a timed kill race to be able to make it to the $20,000 main event. Adore, that is the first place prize, a chance to play with the big boys in the 20K coming up just around the corner. And we're already over an hour into this. So do you think people are getting a little nervous, or do you think they're calm, cool, and collected?
I think some teams are kind of just like in a rush to kind of see if they can get a good game in. I think a lot of the teams are sitting, like the few teams that we've seen, they're sitting in a pretty comfortable spot. I think coming up, we're going to see more and see what's going on with the rest of the lobbies to see if they get easier, to see if they, the skill-based matchmaking, kind of destroys them.
that can happen. Depends on your lobby, guys. If you get a 0.6 lobby, you're having a great time, but if you get a 1.5, it's going to be a little tougher. And let's take a look at this point system. Why is it important? Well, you do get a point per kill. First place, though, gets you an extra 5 points. Second place, 3 points. Third place, 1 point. Fourth on up, tough luck, you'll have to try again. So sometimes those additional points can make or break how good a lobby is for you. We've already seen a couple teams get those wins, a couple teams get the top 3 additional points. And well, why did we talk about these points? What are these teams playing for? We teased it a bit earlier, but the prizing, take a look. First place, a slot in the $20,000 Code Freedom main event. Not only will you be able to play for some serious cash, but you'll get to compete against some of the very, very best Warzone players in the world. So I think, Adore, we're going to get into some of these lobbies pretty soon. Production was telling us that there's someone who's kind of on a rampage right now. They said like 20 plus kills already with a decent amount of people left in the lobby. So those games have to feel good, right? Take a look, 24 now, 32 left. When you're kind of in that groove, you know it, right, Adore? You can kind of feel it.
Right. Yeah. Once you start getting the momentum, there's just no way of stopping. Like, I don't know what it is or like what comes over you, but you just feel like you can just start murdering the whole lobby. And I don't know, like it just starts becoming just a very easier, the more teams you run into, and it's just boom, boom, boom. Like, especially like I said, like with a whole bunch of like teammates that have good chemistry, energy, that is so important in these like time kill races, because like you feed off your teammates' energy. So like if you push into a building and you have good communication, you are definitely 9 out of 10 at killing that team.
Yeah, and I think that's an excellent point. People can sometimes underestimate. They look at individual gameplay, but they don't look exactly as you just said at the chemistry of the team, how they play around each other, how they support each other, the communication, how effective are their comms. So I love that you pointed that out, because I think people can sometimes underestimate the importance. But, well, we've got Insight in a little bit of a tricky spot. He does have that gold gas mask, and, well, he makes it look easy because he peeks over the head, he pulls out the AR, he gets it done. Adore, and well, that'll be 28 kills to his name.
Oh my goodness.
He is frying.
That C58 is dangerous, and that right there kind of just showcased its power right there. Oh my goodness.
Okay, yes, you've convinced me. I will try it. And by try it, I mean I will ask my friends to give it to me in their second loadout drop. Now let's take a peek. We swung over to Thugger, 12 kills on his name for this team. So this is looking like it's going to be an excellent game. That's already a 40 bomb between just him and his teammate, who we saw had 28. I'm not sure how much the third has, but this is looking to be a very good game.
I think the third person also had double-digit kills. So this is
so that's looking
really
at least 50
game.
plus. Minimum of at least 50 kills. Yes, if they had double digits there. And you still have, 19 other people in the lobby outside of your team. So a decent amount of kills that you can get. Plus, if you win another 5, this could be one of their top games.
Right. This is a potential really, really good game for them.
Have you used, and we see these gold gas masks out and about, have you used any of the kind of the fun red glowy doors, the teleportation doors?
Oh, when I first found it, I was geeking out. I was I was having so much fun with the red doors. Like,
I love them. I think they're a blast.
Freaked out. I was like, let's go, let's just go all. It's like kind of like when the girls just go, like when you see them like going out together, like they all go to the bathroom. That's like it was just like that. It was like, come on,
all
guys,
the girls
like,
flip their hair and
hands.
walk through the big glowing red door. I like it. I mean, it can be a great way to start out a game, though, right? Because you get those gold gas masks, you get that heart UAV, you get a ton of cash and weapons to set you up. And well, they're going to be trying to take someone out in this Bertha, but we've talked about how frustrating it can be to kind of deal with that. And well, they'll get out at the train and try and take him out. He is pushing for it, has a dead silence potentially to work with. We'll see if he decides to utilize it or if he's just going to try and make the hyper aggressive play.
Ooh, he did not see that guy on the left. He almost
had it, though. What a great snap. He almost gets it done. But unfortunately, just too many bullets already in.
Ooh, they have enough to buy him back, though.
Yeah, that's a great job. And see, that's what you were talking about, right? Case in point, that flow. Like, you have a teammate who's on a solo mission. He falls. You are immediately by a buy station with the cash so that the downtime between his death and him getting back into the game is seconds
very minimum.
at best.
Very minimum. Yep. It's always good to have that extra cash just to lean on, either for UAVs, buybacks, self-revives. This is a good knock right here, too.
And I think he's going to try and finesse around the house, make sure there's no other teammates he has to deal with, plate up so that he can go back and re-challenge after he gets that initial down. And still 16 people left in the lobby. So I think across the board, this really might end up being one of their top 2 placings so far. And reminder, top 3, guys, there's 6 teams left in the lobby, but if you get top 3, that's when you start to accumulate those free points from placement. So we'll get another 13, but I would love, actually, if we could do it, Adora, listen in to see now. Every time I've called it, everyone's gone quiet, but hopefully we'll get some action here. So let's go ahead and crank up the headphones and see what happens with the final 12.
He's safe. They don't know where I'm at, bro.
You kid shooting up on the hill behind you, Thunder.
I'm chilling in here, and so they're in the house. The precision killed me in here. I don't.
Any plates?
No. You need some?
No, I got some.
Okay, in here they have a trophy. I'm gonna do a little jump spot on them. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm doing jump spot.
Yeah, I'm just
waiting. Sorry, I was deafened. I had to. Fuck me, dude. I fucked up. Coming? Nice job. I res. Yep.
You kill the kid behind you?
Where?
No, I'm talking about like I'm talking about on the hill. I'm talking to center.
No, I killed the. If he's ghosted, I didn't kill him. Could probably use Bertha to rotate, maybe. Yeah.
There's a full team in bone, bro. They're near the bar earlier.
To the left by or the right one?
Yeah, the one in bone.
Okay, I'm gonna work to the left then. Really good game, yeah.
Yeah, we need to win. There's only 2 teams left. Both full teams too, so. I'm just gonna drive around and try to be bait with this.
I'm just gonna fucking chill in this fucking house right now. Just like I'm not.
To my left.
They're gonna be to your left.
Yeah, behind me, literally right behind me.
Yeah, I see him. Right here. These kids. Dog, let's go. No, man.
He saves the day as his teammates fall around him. He tries to get the snap, will break the armor, forced to back off again on his own in a 1v3. But this potentially is looking like a 70-point game for this team, Adore.
Yeah, this is a definitely, like, he has to do everything he can to win and, stay in this game as long as he can. I mean, he's already in second place. So all he has to do is try to get those last 3 kills right here.
I love this play, though. I love this play. He uses that golden gas mask to rotate all the way around to try and flank them. I love how he's playing this.
Yeah, me too. Definitely catching them, repositioning, catching them off guard. Hopefully they didn't notice or they didn't see. Hopefully he's ghosted to kind of see if they're not heartbeating it out and see what he does here. See if he can get one, kind of just, not really paying attention to anything.
Yeah, and unfortunately now, gets good shots, breaks the armor. Unfortunately, though, he gets some bad COD timing, right? Because he had just checked the train tracks to see if anyone was there.
He still gets 3 points.
Yeah, he still gets 3 points. That's great. So you miss out on 2, but with a game like that, you have 19 kills, you have 28, you have another 17, plus the 3 from second place. That will be one of their top games. Of course, you always want the extra 2 from winning and getting those kills, but unfortunately, COD timing, he looks one way, checks. The moment he looks the other way, well, someone else appears and shoots him, takes him out. Now they're going to do the rotation up the hill as we move on to another team, but the snap almost... but not able. We have seen so many times, Adore, these beautiful snaps, but just not quite enough bullets to be able to actually get the train.
Right, yeah. I think that's where a lot of people are trying to find that, like, meta secondary. So, like, if you snap on, like, just, like, a teammate in close quarter battles and try to see if, like, what is that new meta. And a lot of people, like, they're just so used to the FFAR when that was a secondary and the snap of it and and then it was the XM4 and it was just all these ARs as a secondary. So now like just finding an SMG that actually kind of does the same idea of it, it's tough. Right.
Well, and that could be frustrating too. Like you pull out that MP5, that's what we were talking about earlier. Like the MP5 can be so incredibly effective, very close range, but the moment it even gets moderately medium range, it just feels like you're starting to shoot pillowcases all over the place.
Yep, this is very, very true. And this is such a tough, this area is the worst end circle. They're going to be up in the hill, in the bushes, especially with the sun in this game, with the new map, it is horrid. They need to put
we
sunglasses.
went from you can't see anything to because it's too dark to you're blinded by the light. So you now you still can't see anything. It's just too bright instead of too dark. You can see he's trying to check those corners. He has at least 2 on beat, knows he will not be able to go for his teammate. So Fees is going to hopefully be trying to at least give some call outs for him before he bleeds out. We'll mark at least 1,
pings.
But the stuns come in and so do the shots. He's not able to get the angle. And look at this from Bones. Crawling on the ground, just ready and waiting, turns over, burns him, takes him out.
That's definitely tough. Now, do you run Simtex or do you run a throwing knife as your
Great question.
Tacticals?
It's always kind of what tacticals you use. I personally use Semtexes. I like that they give you some more counterplay for verticality, especially if someone is up maybe top firehouse or top ladder. You need to flush them out of a building to give yourself some clearance to move toward them or to get away. I do prefer the Semtexes for that. Also, I'm not gonna lie. I'm too nervous to whiff my shots with the knife once someone's downed. I don't know if I could stand up to that level of embarrassment.
Yeah, I hear you. That is definitely, I've now have officially changed myself into a throwing knife gamer now. And
okay, you can flex on me that you're better. I'll let you flex on me.
I miss all the time. I'm telling you now, I have clips galore of me missing my throwing knives maybe 3 times in a row.
You gotta, I feel like if you're the person who gets downed by someone and then you watch them miss all their knives, you're like, really?
Yeah.
Really? Like, don't insult me with this. Just kill me.
I just kind of just get over it and just start shooting them. I just thirst. Save myself the embarrassment.
I'll have to try and channel your energy and
tough.
try some throwing knives. Like, I always look at them and I'm like, wow, I could do these cool flashy plays. But then I'm like, I get flashes of what could go horribly wrong.
I think it's just all about how it makes the content just so much, the flashy, like just thirst. It just makes the squad wipe look so much cooler.
Yeah, it's not content, but one of the other reasons too that you want to use those throwing knives is that it does give you that instant thirst where you don't have to waste bullets. So if you have someone challenging you, you can snap with the knife, guarantee they can't self-revive and kill you, and you still have all those bullets in the chamber to be able to continue those 1v1s or even 1v2s.
Yes, especially if you run those perks like quick fix. If you quickly get them and you thirst them with a throwing knife, your health automatically regenerates. So especially if you're running quick fix with the knives there.
What a nice snap as well. Rotates around, some good centering onto that player. We'll get him his 14th. And I feel like how many times now have we seen these players just get one tapped out of nowhere? We don't even know where they're getting shot from. It's like, that's a great play. Oh, you're dead. It's tough.
The angles. It's just definitely the angles.
Oh. One more. He's cracked.
Did he kill him with a crossbow?
Oh, that's just not even. That's rude. That's rude. You can't be killing him with the crossbow like that.
Crossbow to the face.
He's using a crossbow, bro.
You can hear it. He's using a crossbow, bro. A crossbow bow, bro. The bow, bro.
Oh, yeah.
It's a tongue twister. We're not.
It is.
We're not always perfect, guys.
I think that's all day today.
All day today. I know. I had a lot of tongue twisters during the Vegas event. I have a lot now too. The bows and bros and crossbows, yo. It's a lot, but hey, we'll get our loadout here outside of Superstore. And something that's been so interesting to me to watch in the development of competitive Warzone has been the shift in drops, right? So at first, everyone was going to go to Superstore all the time. And then people slowly started seeing that shift.
Spot.
Yeah, Superstore was the place to be. And then slowly, it's still a very popular drop, but you start seeing people going TV, especially hospital as well, once people realize how important it is, to get those helicopters. So how often do you still go to places like Superstore? Does it just depend on the line?
I feel like now I have made myself more accustomed to, land either, if I'm going to land on this side of the map, I'm going to land near hangars, especially like right here where this teammate is right now. I usually tend to land here because this is now definitely a big hotspot, and like landing here and then rotating into super, that's what I like to do at times. But
because there's a helicopter here as well. You drop down long, you have the access to the helis. PD is right next door, and as you said, you just across the field. As long as you don't die, you can make your way to Superstore.
Easy rotations too.
Something I wonder, and I'm curious to know your thoughts on this. Do you think someone should be able to pick up a secondary dead silence while their current dead silence is active?
I feel like the dead silence should be out of the game. I feel like, I
agree.
feel like the dead silence has definitely costed so many potential games and a lot of not even just this tourney, and so even big tournaments, I've seen so many people die by a teammate, a random ghosted teammate popping daddy and then randomly getting killed, shot in the back because they couldn't manage to hear him.
You're telling me that you don't like watching people have better gun skill, better movement, and better in-game sense, but then randomly die to someone with a spontaneous superpower? That's not fun to you?
Oh my God, no.
I, for one, completely agree with you there, guys. Dead silence. It's gotta go. Or at least make it, I would be fine if they made it as rare as they've now made stopping power. I'd be okay with that.
I want to be how relaxed this guy is right now. Like lean back in your chair.
Chilling.
I want to be him when I grow up. 100%.
I mean, I'm saying though, he might want to lean forward. He might start hitting some of those shots because it was looking a little rough for a second. The cheek clapper, aptly named. The cheek clapper, guys.
What a amazing.
He's clapped at least 4. We'll see how many more he can get.
Let's see. He's got to get into these double digits here.
I always look at people pulling out the Swiss. Have you tried the Swiss versus the car? Do you have a preference?
I am trying. I'm really trying to, level it up. I've heard it's really, really good. I picked up the ground loom one, and it's definitely still amazing.
It's not bad at all.
So good. But I don't know comparison. I think the car is definitely something that I feel comfortable with. I do like both though. I do like the Swiss though.
Yeah, I've used both, and I always like to pretend like, wow, what if I could be as good as like Queen of Shadows at sniping, or some of the other Warzone players who are very well known for their sniping prowess? And you know what?
Queen
I'm
Shadows
just
is
not
an animal
I'm
with
just
the
not.
snipes.
But like in my internal monologue of like the stories I like to write about myself, where I'm super cool, I'm great with the sniper in Warzone.
Yeah. I have seen Queen Shadows snipe before, and holy cow! Oh my god! It's amazing. It's just putting like everything that's meant to be.
Now, chat, is there anyone, I know obviously you guys, if you're here watching Warzone, then you probably have some of your favorite Warzone streamers. Is there anyone that you love to watch? Are there any snipers, now that we're on the topic, that you really enjoy watching? Please let us know in chat. Anyone in Warzone that you're really enjoying, but right now, we've been watching a decent amount from this team. He has 12 kills here. He's had some unfortunate endings in the last few games that we've seen, but now they've got 11 people total in the lobby. There's 4 teams. So if one more team falls, they will start to accumulate those placement points for third place, potentially second, and
definitely
ideally
a hard
first.
angle.
Yeah, this is tough too, but they will have to get off that building here.
Yep.
When this circle starts to close. So it should be some free kills in a second. Yeah, you can see the comms coming through too, Adore. They said they do have to jump off. So I would assume, there you go, they will come down. Can he hit the shots? Yes, he can. The down comes through. He will get the full.
Beautiful.
And make it 2 in a row, make it a double. The team wipe, and there you go, 14 kills. They've got about 8 people left. And you see another one dropping down. And I think actually maybe that was just a body.
Yeah.
He was just flying. I thought that was someone flying down too, but
that's
they were flying down. They just weren't in control. Now what?
I like
5 other people.
This.
5.
I like how they're catching height. They're trying to get the advantage height in above all the other teams.
Yeah, this is solid positioning, especially when you're in downtown. It can be so brutal to try and get people out of these rooftops, especially where that circle is. Take a look at where it's going. It's pulling right to them. They should be able to get the win here.
I saw a green laser.
Unless I cast or curse them, which I hope I didn't.
Oh no, Katie.
The amount of times I've done that, it's horrifying.
I feel like they should not give up height. If they're gonna push, I might as well push all together.
Well, yeah, and I think too, you don't have to go right now, because look at where the circle is. They have to get flushed out of these buildings, so you don't need to be hyper aggressive, especially when you're starting to try and play for first place. At this point, you need to keep in mind the difference between third place with 1 extra point and first place with 5.
This is a decent game. Really good, decent game for them.
Yeah, and again, the circle is closing. They do have to push, and they have to push right into this team, so they don't have to be too hyper aggressive. The shots will come in, and they know where at least one is. Breaks the armor. Should I think get the down here in just a second?
I cannot see him. Oh, wow.
Yeah, not quite able to see him, but knows that, well, he'll have to come out in just a second. Breaks the armor again. Still not quite able to find that down.
The damage, I can only imagine how much damage this guy is collecting.
Yeah, it's a 3v2 now, 3 left. There's only 1 team remaining, so they should not have too many problems here again, because they still know where one is. Breaks his armor for a third time. The team collapses to get the kill, and now you're in a 3v1. This should pretty much be a guaranteed first place. And, well, he'll distract him. The win comes in. 14 kills to his name. Another 5 on top of it for first place. And Adora, I think, all things considered, they played that pretty well, right?
Yeah, I like the plays. I like the positioning. I like everything that they did there. They played it smart, and they were communicating the whole time towards the end game.
Yeah, I think we were nervous for a second, and they might be a little over aggressive. You were mentioning how important it is to not give up the high ground you have just because you know where someone is and you want those kills. Because how many times have you seen someone do that hyper aggressive push and then it all falls apart?
Yeah, trying to play way too aggressive and try to force a fight you know, towards the end game because you feel you want to get all the kills that you can, and then you get yourself stuck.
Yeah, put yourself into a tricky situation, guys. Don't count all your chickens till they've hatched, they say, and that's what they did. A great job for them, just waiting to flush out those eggs, get those kills, get that first place. And that a +5 on top of their score. And we'll get back, guys, as we start moving toward the halfway point of this kill race qualifier. We'll see you right after the break. Welcome back to the Code Freedom Collegiate Qualifier. We're almost at the halfway mark. We have a 4-hour kill race where the top team is going to earn a ticket to the $20,000 main event in just a few days. I'm your host, Katie Bedford, joined by Adore, my wonderful co-caster. It's been having so much fun. And guys,
Me
I know you've been
I'm
curious.
having a lot of fun.
Adore, I think we've all been curious, right, about what the leaderboard is looking like, how these teams are shaping up. We've seen some incredibly high kill games, so let's bring that up to give you a look. And maybe no surprise, Adore, take a look at who's in first place.
Yeah. This is exactly what I kind of had this already in my mind. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense, but a lot of good points in these teams. Wow.
Yeah, no surprise, guys. Take a look. First place, Thugger's team with 136 points, a hefty lead over second place. We saw them just a little while ago in Boneyard putting together what was about a 70-point game. So they had a very hefty game. Reminder as well, this is a 4-hour kill race for your top 5 games. So this leaderboard, there is the potential, right, Adore, with things like kill races to see first, second, third places wildly swing if someone ends up getting a huge game that might, you could get a 60-point game that replaces like a 20-point game in your score.
Right. It's all about replacing points now. Whatever you got right now in this time in these time kill races in this tourney, like it's time to just start replacing the games or start trying to get a really good lobby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that can make a huge difference getting the luck factor, right? Because with something like Warzone, any sort of, especially if you're not in custom games and kind of a confined set, with something like BRs, there is an element of RNG, right? That kind of goes into it. How lucky do you get with those lobbies? Do you get a lobby where, hey, you have 90 people at the end of the first circle and you're already at 10 kills? Or do you have a lobby where it's the start of second circle and there's 30 people left?
Right.
So this team, I'm not sure where they are on the leaderboard, if they are in the top 10. I have a gerbil memory, so I saw the names on our beautiful leaderboard, but now I'm looking at the names in game, and they're just gone. They're gone from my brain. So I'm not sure where exactly they're sitting on our leaderboard, but 11 kills on the screen. You can see those in the top right. There's 24 total people left in this lobby. Fourth circle is about to start its close in 10 seconds, and a beautiful little snap with that sniper gets the down on the top of the roof, but no full just yet.
I feel like I love to see the snipes. It's such a satisfaction, just to see it. I get so satisfied to see a nice headshot off a building, especially when they're just camping up there.
Yeah, see, I use my Semtexes to try and get people out of high ground, and I'm not good enough to just use that sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. I have not used a sniper in quite some time, but I mean, I am very rusty. I'm not as talented with a sniper than I am with an AR. That's for sure.
This will be an easy kill. He's going to try and look for the double. Does get the full. Can he get the down? He does just that. I don't know if he's looking for a third or if it's simply a self-revive keeping this player up, but he'll throw out the Semtex, try and get a tag there. Doesn't connect with anything, so potentially, I'm not sure. I couldn't hear on the audio if a self-revive came through or if there is that additional player. He wants to very much so get his teammate back. He already needs to spend the money at a buy on the other side of Stadium for the third member of the team, but unfortunately, it looks like he may have to try and buy back both, and he only has the cash for one.
Yeah, he's probably trying to kind of keep an eye out to see where the third teammate, or to see where that other second knock that he got down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I just production gave me that information. I was so craving. Thank you so much. This team currently in 16th place, so not on that top 10 leaderboard. You can see the expletive of shock as he sees someone just pop up, gets a kill, his 15th, and will be just shy of buying back the teammate. Bull, his teammate, will have enough for them to get the buyback, but unfortunately, that buy station now too far into the storm for really it to be feasible. Maybe if there'd been a car there, something he could grab and go, but unfortunately, it will right now just be the two of them with 15 other players in the lobby.
Ooh, and then he gets shot in the back right here with another team that just pulled up.
Ooh. That's unacceptable. You cannot die like that.
That cannot happen.
Shame on this trio.
Oh my god.
You knew where he was. You broke his armor, and then you let him do that.
that was a work of it's all like just skill right there, and just that C58. I mean, when it's in the right hands, I'm telling you, this gun is so good, even up close, at distance, like it beams.
Okay, see, this is what
Here
a
we
good
go.
salesperson sounds like, Chad. I'm sitting here like, I love the Farah. It's so great. She's hitting me with all these C58 great plays, and she sold me. She sold.
I think the gun is just selling itself in this tourney right now. It's just convincing you little by little.
I know I'm about to be a repeat customer. Bull, unfortunately, is downed. He will need to be bought back once again. And there is cash to do it, but this is one of those points where you're in one of those final circles. There's 10 other people, 6 teams. You won't really have an option to buy back a teammate, even though you do have the cash. And at that point, honestly, it's probably worthwhile to just buy those plates instead of necessarily getting a teammate. Yep. He will net his 18th kill, though, so there's potentially another few for him. But you have to keep in mind, folks, there's 7 teams, and only top 3 gets placement. So he's need to be slow and steady, a bit careful in the fights that he takes, and a beautiful team wipe. 19 kills to his name. He'll try and push on over. Hopefully they do have those plates he is in desperate need of. Maybe even that satchel. He'll pick it up. Does have 1 plate there. So we'll look for a few more. Sliding out in the open across the street. A little bit of a risky play, but so far so good. No one tried
risky.
Yeah, it's risky, but at this point, I think he kind of has to do it, right? You have the storm pushing him up. You're in the open. All you can do is hope that these teams are fighting up on the ridge and are not paying attention to you. I like this play. Just let them cruise on by. You see nothing.
I try not to, especially in these in these tournaments and just these time kill races and just in games, just to see if you can get more kills and stuff, like where the kills matter, the more kills you get matter. To kind of just leave the most wanted alone, get those teammates back, and just let them, bring their teammates back, so then when they start landing in, like, they have no guns, no loot to fall on, and easy kills, more kills for you to get. So that's a good thing that he did not pick a fight with that most wanted.
Yeah, unless you're forced into the fight. Exactly what you said. There's so many reasons. Just leave that person alone. He sees one is up there in that balcony, throws a nade, doesn't connect with anything, but he does have 20 kills, and now there's 4 teams left. If he can survive through the next team, they will start accumulating those free placement points. He's in a 1v5, using that bullfrog to rotate around the building, trying to make sure it was all clear. And, well, he knows someone's across the way. Does get tagged up, and once again, now he's killed 3 people. He's only found 2 plates. He keeps only finding a single plate on each body, which you can know must be frustrating. You're hoping someone's at least going to have 5 or 6, maybe refresh it, allows you to make those more aggressive plays, but now he's forced into a tricky situation where you have about a plate and a third to work with.
Yeah, this is definitely a very tough situation.
And there's that most wanted, still living that Bertha dream. There we go. He does have that gold gas mask. This has kind of been a staple of these plays. We've seen a lot of these teams with those gold gas masks to work with, and he can kind of sit here and try and just wait it out in the storm to see if anyone pushes out in front of him, get some easy kills. And there you go. Now top 3, make it his 21st. You've guaranteed at least 1, and that's where he will fall. Some unfortunate COD timing. He does get 1, doesn't wait to see if there's another one in the building. They turn around and take him out. But hey, 21 kills there, Adore, and the +1 from that final 3rd place placement. Some nice moves from him, all starting here at Stadium.
This is good plays on his end, just a little bit of the replays and just highlighting.
Unacceptable. This was unacceptable.
That was just disgusting. I love that.
And look at that, a sliver of health multiple times in those gunfights. But yeah, I think the rotations, the decision-making, the plays he had were excellent.
This was definitely big and huge for him, 100%.
Yeah, you go from 13 kills when your teammates are dying around you to ending with 21 plus that additional kill is beautiful job from him to be able to support his team.
Yep.
And now let's go ahead and rotate over another team that's at the very end of their game, 15 left. And well, you saw 12 on 1. This is a team that is a bit higher up in the leaderboard, 16 here as well. But guys, it's all about first place. It's not money on the line right now. It's a chance to win that first place in this qualifier to get to that $20,000 tournament.
Yep.
So there's a lot of prestige on the line. And even if you don't necessarily win money in that 20K a door, if you have a really good showing, it can put you on the map for some of those bigger teams and bigger names.
I feel like a lot of these people kind of not notice that these qualifiers kind of, get your name out there. Like once you start getting into these tournaments and start showcasing yourself and your skill into these qualifiers, show like what you're capable of, especially, in these tournaments. Big names can probably, you get more noticeable. You kind of get a little bit more of a networking with other teammates. You see the other potentials in teams and people and skills and players that you get to come across watching these tournaments. So
yeah, and Insight is one of those players, I think, that to everything you just said, every game we've seen so far, he's 20 plus. He seems to be making a very, very strong showing.
Very consistent.
So he's someone, that's how you, right? You start remembering those names. You go, oh, that Insight guy, he seems to be getting very high kills in all of his games, doing a very good job of helping to support his team. And yeah, exactly what you said. Networking, guys, it's important even when you're playing a video game like Warzone, because, well, maybe, hey, if you're someone like Insight netting that 23rd kill, doesn't hurt. Shoot someone a DM, hit him up. Say, hey, I'm pretty decent. Maybe give me a try. And then who knows? Maybe he starts showing up in those tourneys more often.
Building your stats.
Yes. There goes. He sees one up on the ridge. Critical damage will force him to get out of that Bertha. He does know where that player is, and the turn and burn is in. Adore. He didn't stand a chance. Might be the first time we've seen a player make one of those plays and actually get the full kill, not just break the armor.
That was a very beautiful snap right there. The C4s I've seen more commonly now.
Have they altered anything with that, or does it still drop like a box of rocks?
I think they did alter it. I think it does, extend. You have to kind of do a little bit of a jump while you throw it. But in most cases, I've seen a lot of people, starting to use it again, and it does, still manage to get those kills like it used to, like where you throw it into a window, try to get that thirst in a window. I've seen that happen multiple times. And then with vehicles, I guess with Berthas, now it's like 2 C4s now to kill it rather than it's just one. But if it's just a regular, one of those SUV cars or just the regular mobile cars, then yeah, it's just one. So I've seen a lot of people use it now.
Yeah, I've used I used to love the C4, and then they kind of really gutted it with that heavy nerf.
It was so satisfying.
It was so satisfying, and it was so sad the first time you go into a game with a C4 after that initial nerf, and you're like, oh.
It was like a pancake.
It was sad. It was sad, and not a delicious pancake, just a sad pancake that you had to switch out for Semtex or throwing knives. So maybe, who knows? Maybe you're right. Maybe it's making its way back into the meta, but as his team falls around him, looking for his 15th, we'll get the down here. And, well, why not emote on him?
A little nice gesture right here.
Why not?
I love the comedy in it. Let's go. I love that.
And a beautiful job. They get the win as well. He gets to style on him.
Beautiful
his ankles as he falls, gets the win. And congratulations to them, netting an additional 5 points for that kill. And well, this team almost in the end too in a 2v4.
Oh, we got a webcam now. Okay.
Oh, webcams? We're glowing up mid-tournament. We are getting webcams. This is what we love to see. Look at this, 18 again, 14 as well. They're trying to get those kills now. Yep, and a 2v2 to close it all out. They do have some of the high ground here from this tower, but he knows at least one maybe here in the staircase. I don't know if he's going to push him or not, but it looks like he's going to take the aggression to this person, see if he can't get a little bit of a cheeky angle on him, figure out exactly where he is.
Right now. I don't think so. No. Okay, it's us versus 2. One's directly under me.
I like these comms. One is directly under him, and look at the pull of the circle. He will have free reign, at least if he chooses to go through the top of the apartment complex, or if he's going to try and chow him down low.
I'm going to stay topside, though, because it doesn't make sense for him to give it up. They're directly under me now.
Yep, making that call out. Staying up, staying a little bit more up, getting that advantage. One staying down low.
Yeah, these are great comms. You have someone high making those calls. He's ready and waiting. There is the buyback. around the corner. So suddenly, what was a 2v2? Now a 2v3, although that third will be dropping in with not much to his name.
Be definitely a tough way to land back in.
You have to be careful too. That cluster strike flying in hot. He does manage to get one though. Turns around, will try and get the second. His teammate circling around. I love these plays. They're rotating around each other very well.
Very, very, very well. I think the third guy that they just bought back just kind of landed in.
Yeah, it's a 2v1 with him now, so have fun with that.
He landed on a gun.
Yeah, landed on some guns, able to get the shots, but he will have to jump off here momentarily. So if he can just maybe hug the bottom of the wall, there you go.
There we go.
Shots should come through, but doesn't actually get the full kill on him. Does break his armor, but I don't know how much he had to his name. He'll go for the revive, try and listen in for any push from that final, but I imagine this should still be a fairly comfortable win for them. 1v2. You know where he is. He's up top. He broke his armor again. The comms are there. He has a throwing knife, so no Semtex. See, if he had a Semtex, Adore.
I know. See? Yep. Making a point.
He's broken right
Ooh.
Okay.
The gas mask kind of messed him up there.
Yeah.
The animation.
Everyone knows the pain of the gas mask costing you a kill.
I have lost so many gunfights because of the gas mask.
Hear me out. Either make it animationless or make it a toggle when I can choose to put it on.
Right.
Yeah, come to me. Don't come from the bottom, though. Come from
But I do get the win, so at the end of the day, yes, your teammate falls, but hey, you get the final kill. You do get that extra kill because they got the buyback, and you get the additional 5 points from first place. And all of these games kind of in that final form, so if possible, they are near each other. They're all three are up, and you've got 9 other players. If we could start to prep a listen-in, I would like to see these comms and see how they are able to finish out the remainder of this map. If we can potentially see some back-to-back wins, so let's take a listen.
You don't want to kill these two dudes, bro?
Yeah, we could. I need stuns, bro.
Bro, I'm gonna go look again, load out, bro.
Nah, it's in zone now.
No, it's chalk. Bro, why don't we kill these dudes?
You wanna kill him? I'll drop down.
Yeah. Chavez, let's
3,
go. Wait,
2.
let Chavez go. Let Chavez go. Hold on. One more.
Got him.
Yeah.
Good shit. There's more now. Yo, Shez, watch the buy area. Not the buy, but like far from the buy, like
We're gonna shot him. No.
Oh shit. Yeah. I'm plating.
Load out. No sweat.
There's one dude still on the right. Yeah, he's just looking at me, bro. What the fuck? He's like on the tree somewhere, Zarif. I need plates. You guys have plates?
Yeah, on me.
Bro, we could kill these dudes.
Yo, watch out this side. They're on me.
I need plates.
On me.
He's dead. That dude is dead.
Yeah, he died to the dude's far, like in front of us.
Another one. Watch out. Don't jump off till we have to.
Right here, broken.
Where's the rest?
One more left.
No. Oh yeah, one more.
We got it.
I think he's under me.
Allied cluster strike inbound.
Wait.
He's a bot.
Nice. Let's get it, baby. 25, 33. Good shit, boys. Yo, we on stream, by the way. Well, I'm on.
We get to see back-to-back Warzone wins, Adora. So those +5 placement points handed out to a few teams. And what did you think kind of their initial placement? Because it seemed kind of risky there when they were trying to shoulder and peek over into the forest.
I feel like in those buildings, it's really tough because you have to mantle over just like that little box cubby area on top of that building to kind of look down, and you're just so exposed. There's just like no time to kind of bring yourself back and, get that team to, not focus on you. I mean, especially if you have the whole team looking at one teammate right there, it's really, really tough. It's a really tough area to fight in.
But they managed to get it done. They managed to finesse their way out of a tricky situation and get that win. So good job from them. And it's also fun, always for broadcasts as well, for everyone to get to see a back-to-back win. So guys, hopefully we'll have more wins in the future for you guys, but stay tuned. A couple minutes, we'll be back from the break with more Warzone action. Adore, Katie Bedford, and the code Freedom Collegiate Qualifier. We are all here, and we're about halfway done now. Everyone trying to vie for that first place slot. And Adore, why is first place so important? What do you get if you manage to get that top spot?
You get to qualify for the big main $20,000 or $28,000 tournament.
It's a lot.
It's a lot, yeah. A lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure, but a lot of these teams stepping up to the plate as well, doing a very, very good job of showing us what they've got. A quick reminder as well, if you're not familiar with the format, guys, you do get a single point per elimination, but there is also a top 3 placement, right? So, Adore, I think it's, 5 points for first, 3 for second, and 1 for third?
Right? Sounds exactly right.
So you do get some points, guys, for that placement. We saw back-to-back wins before we went to break, and now potentially another win on the horizon as we get into this gameplay to see what is rocking. Well, you've got about 15 people left in this lobby, 13 kills to his name. I believe that's Exile. So sometimes I have to squint, Adore, my old eyes. I'm like, does that say what I think it says? Yes, Exile, 13 kills and looking for his 14th here. And, well, they do have enough in the lobby to maybe make this a viable game. I'm not sure, however, what his teammates are at, if they kind of themselves have some hefty double-digit kills as well.
Yeah. Getting shot in the back. That's always a tough situation, getting shot in the back, not knowing exactly where the other teams were.
Yeah, and that's tough. IHOP can be tricky, right? Someone can just peek around that corner and, well, I'm not going to say I cast or cursed it, but I did say it could shape up to be a decent game. 14, 8, and 7, though, not exactly what they're going to look for, and I'm not sure if they were able to get any placement points for that as well. So we'll move over to one of the teams that is in the top spot, guys. Thugger's team, they are in first place right now, and they've been showing why they've been so dominant. Yes, they've had some incredible games. They had a game that was, I think it either broke or was very close to 70 total points with that first place prize. And we'll look at this now. So 8 kills. There's 52 in the lobby, but it's second circle. So this lobby kind of dying off pretty fast.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this is definitely a lobby where everyone is either just dying off rip or they went to the same area.
Inside someone we are used to, right? 20 plus on him. He's 11 kills.
Yeah, this is definitely something very slow game for them, and the lobbies are dying out quick, and they have no vehicles. They have a little bit of money. Yeah, definitely.
Bit of a tricky
going by foot.
Yeah, a bit of a tricky position. I think they're going to choose to play it out simply because maybe they just feel comfortable with the lead that they currently have. But you have, 8 kills, 9 kills, 11 kills, so a fairly low kill game for them. But honestly, maybe you already have those top kills and you feel comfortable, like we said, just kind of taking it slow and steady. As we rotate over to another team toward the end of their game, 16 people left. He snaps into IHOP, tries to slide, will be able to get the down and the full. His 6th kill. Now 13 people left on the map, 7 teams. So you want to also be mindful of placement. He tries to bunny hop over the car, but it eats just enough bullets that he gets the broken armor, but not able to get the down. Does, however, buy his teammate back.
That's awesome.
A good job from him, kind of be able to multitask, be able to be aware on the map of where those buy stations are, how much money you have, be able to both be peppering with shots and getting kills while simultaneously supporting the rest of your team. It's the kind of teammate you dream of, right?
It's just like the ultimate teammate.
Because we all know that person. We all know that person who's just so tunnel visioned into the kills that you're like, please buy me back, and they're like, no.
They're so focused on the kills,
and you don't want to ruin their flow, their mojo, so you just don't say anything. But you're like, the buy station's right there. You have 12,000. Okay.
Yeah, the kind of little nudge on their side, and just like, hey. I'm here.
There's like more over here.
There's Based, who was just bought back. You can see, pistol, some ground loot to his name, trying to potentially rotate over, get some kills, and we know how good that Diamatti can be.
I love that pistol.
Diamatti in Warzone right now, especially if you go to somewhere like Hospital, you pick up that base one off the ground, you can really do some damage.
Yeah. That pistol is a little stinker right there. Especially
I think
if
he
you're
was,
up
though.
close.
Base did die. Did he get the thirst on that, or did he just down the guy before? I
think that was a T-wipe, and then another team sniped him from up top on top of train.
So at least he is able to get a kill before he falls, but now prayers, he's all on his lonesome, and well, he has a team pinched, and I don't think he's going to make it out. He will, in fact,
that's tough,
find his death trapped in that hallway, pinched from top and bottom. And fortunately, that is where they will fall for their game. So while we did see some wins before the break, it looks like these teams not quite able to get it done in the very final moments of these new maps. And now this sub goal, still 49 out of 50. I believe, though, by the time this is done, he will meet that sub goal. 36 players left in the game, 9 kills to his name. Well, curious to know what Gritzy and Hista have on theirs as well. But good news, you are flush with cash, Adore, and they all have self-revive.
That's actually a really good spot right there. I love getting self-revive. Just like the whole team, just make sure that you know, and especially towards the very end, like towards the very end of like time kill races, a lot of the times, like in the very beginning, like in these tournaments, like how I was saying, like a lot of people kind of like go off if they feel comfortable, kind of solo and trios, and like they split off to their teammates. But towards the very end, a lot of the times, a lot of people kind of stick together, you know, try to play it safe, try to secure the wins, they're all just to play for the win. Try to get all the placement points and all the kills and try to stick together. So I can kind of see a lot of the teams now sticking together rather than, you know, going apart, separating themselves, you know.
So
as secure the win.
Right. So as someone who plays a lot of these, we've kind of poked your brain about some of your insights. And does your team play style, I know it might change within the game itself, each individual map, you're separate and then you kind of come together for those final wins. Does it throughout the entirety of a kill race tournament, does how you play evolve, or does it tend to stay fairly static?
I feel like, I think it does evolve. I think overall, depending on how the lobbies are panning out, and a lot of the times in like what happens in the very beginning stages, like how many kills and how many wins do we have, I think it starts becoming like what is working. Like, so they start just evolving, okay, well, this strategy is working more than this, so let's just stick together, and, you know, kind of not go do what we were doing, and like, you know, try to live as long as because of the placement points, because of how important it is, we kind of need to, you know, have more strategies leaning towards more of the placement points, right? So I think that's why it starts kind of evolving and changing into different, you know, game styles, because you can go into these like tournaments and try to think, okay, this is the plan and this is what we're gonna do, and then once you're in it, you're kind of just like, all right, well, this is not working, or this needs to be adjusted, or this is not just how it's what we thought it was going to be. So let's just try it a different way, right? If that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, I think that's important, right? To be able to analyze your gameplay. Jackie subscribed! We have hit the sub goal. We love that. Congratulations on the sub goal. Guys, keep that sub train going as they look to accumulate more kills. 26 left in the lobby. I do too. I love the baby. And Adore, exactly what you said, though. I think it's so important to be able to be aware kind of on a meta level of your gameplay and what strategies are working for you, and adjust those accordingly can really make a difference in how a tournament plays out.
Yes. But yeah, that's what I was saying. It's just all important to have that chemistry with your team, and just to have that, keep that communication going, and just not shutting down, you know, especially because like when the teams are having the worst luck, I mean, sometimes the energy in the team can, you know, start buckling them down and start getting them a little frustrated, and then, you know, the comms go out of the window, and then, you know, the energy starts leaving. And, you know, for me, I have to have a good happy, positive teammates, and, you know, just keep the vibes going. And then, you know, I feel like I play so much better while my teammates and me are on the same page, you know?
Yeah, well, and I think that's an important skill too. Like, to have someone in a team, or for you yourself to be the person who can keep those vibes up, or help someone hit a regain when things aren't going well, or maybe they are getting frustrated. To be able to be the teammate who's making them laugh or hyping them up in the moments where they do something well, to kind of get that mojo back. Because exactly what you said, confidence in Call of Duty, whether it's in multiplayer, competitive, or in Warzone, can make or break how you play the game and whether or not you win gunfights. So yeah, I think kind of having the vibes guy is always important.
Yep. For sure, 100%.
So nice job buying back his teammate to help them regroup. They are running low on funds, though, and he does have a self-revive, so that's good. They will be about 200 shy combined money of buying back someone if they need to, but hopefully we'll see if they can make it over to this loadout, especially Nixta, I believe, if he can go ahead and get to that loadout successfully. It looks like, well, he's in a bit of trouble. He gets tagged up. We'll see if he can stay alive. But yeah, if they can get to that loadout, get those guns, and get back, they'll be in a good position.
I think that this is definitely a tough spot in the map.
Yeah, this is not ideal. You're basically facing a building with a ton of high ground. You do have the rocks to work
from.
The
head glitch, too, is definitely tough.
But I wonder if they're aware of where people are on this right rotation, if it was wise of him to shoot out onto the top of that, or it's because they were clearly preoccupied with someone to the left. So I wonder if they put themselves at a bit of risk by taking some shots at the top, but it looks like so far, well, he just gets over, gets the cross, and makes it just in time.
Yeah. He makes that call out too.
Right.
Lets his teammates know, but the teammate didn't actually get to cross along with them.
That's always that panic, right? It's like deer in headlights when you know you have to get through an open area. You're moving your camera everywhere. You're slide canceling. You're desperately trying to get out of the way, and then
I start just moving and grooving.
Oh yeah, you're moving in your seat too. Like your stream's watching you duck, dodge, and weave. Because it does help, guys. It does.
Just do a little bit of a war cry while you run in the middle of the field. Yeah.
Yeah, I like to shout at them that they're terrible at the game, because I believe, like, if I am hurling insults, then their shot gets worse. I will it into existence, and I would say
they're sniping.
It works
or
like
anything. Yeah,
70%
I just start
of the
yelling,
time.
"You suck! You suck! You suck! You suck!"
Yeah, they can't shoot you if you're insulting them. They can't.
No, they can't.
I think he sees one out in the open. He does mount up, not quite able to connect with a ton of the shots just yet. And it's so interesting. A lot of the scopes.
Tough.
Yeah, this angle is a little awkward as well because it's so bright. Look at how bright it is on the map. He's basically staring into the sun at this point, which can be frustrating. Makes it very difficult to see people. But it's interesting too. A lot of the scopes that these players have been using Adore are kind of not what you're used to seeing in pro play.
No. Oh wow! Teammate pushed into their building.
Ooh, can he get the shots? He manages to get a couple, but not enough to actually get the down. He'll try and get the self-revive off, but unfortunately, the push comes through, and it will pull them out in 6th place, so no placement points for them. Was there anything
tough?
Was there anything you saw in that you would have liked for them to do differently?
I think in this situation, I think that they should have. I feel like they should have stayed in the same room together to make sure that they were getting each other's trades, because they were going back and forth into different windows, picking different fights with different teams. I feel like if they were going to push a team together, they should have pushed together because they were shooting at one team on top of the roof. And then I feel like if they were going to shoot them, they should have just rotated into that and then handled the next group. But they were, tagging up so many different teams. They were basically highlighting themselves and exposing them to multiple teams, and then having multiple teams focus on them. So eventually a team was going, like we saw there, get a little bit more of confidence to push them.
Well, I think too, what you had mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, it's very important sometimes to have that IGL, that in-game leader who makes the definitive call for you. Because at the end of the day, whether it's the right call or the wrong call, it's a call that you can all push together. But now we're getting into the final end of this game, Adore. So do you think we should go ahead and throw it to a listen-in?
Yeah.
Getting all the way up top.
Yeah. That's behind us too, where we hit our res. Oh, yeah.
Down one.
Okay.
The other dude's weak.
Down one.
Okay.
The other dude's weak.
He's a bullet. Then.
More.
Okay.
He's weak.
I'm reloading. Oh, fuck. I'm reloading.
He's gonna kill him. It was only one.
Comms, please. Is there a buy anywhere?
You're by yourself.
So stupid.
Gas inbound. Safe zone relocated. Loadout drop inbound.
Well, Lumber is exciting, and 11 people in a lobby certainly is too, but we have another game that's coming right down to the wire, I think, Adore. There's something like 5 people left, and there you can see it. Rogue, though, he's chilling. He's unfazed.
I love how chill he is this whole tourney. I wish I could keep his cool.
He doesn't care. He hasn't sat forward not once.
I love it, though. It's just that he is cool, calm, and collective. Nothing is going to. No, and he sadly gets shot in the cross. Oh.
He might be able to get the self-revive off. He does.
I think
he's actually able to get up, gets down immediately, though.
And the cheeks got clapped himself. No.
The clapper gets clapped, and unfortunately a little too aggressive, running out into the open. Adore, he tried his best, but sometimes, as you said, the clapper gets clapped.
Gets clapped.
I love that name. That's such a. I wish when I
just
watch
wonder
these,
what you
I
tell
could
your friends.
yeah, I wish I could pull them into like a post-game interview really quick and be like, explain to me the cheek clapper. Like, I mean, I get it, but like, explain to me why.
Uninstall, please.
That's tough. That's so tough. Tough. But it's definitely this is Renji again. I don't know. I'm a little bit of a fan of Renji.
He's been incredible, yeah.
I love how he plays. Definitely a lot of IQ coming from him. I love the way he repositioned himself. He kind of thinks out what he's going to do next, and he plays really smart, and I like that. And I feel like right now he's going to settle for trying to get the win and not enforce a fight that he doesn't need.
Yeah, exactly. I think when you see those players, there's kind of those intangibles, those aspects that take a player from being good at a game to great at a game. And a lot of those things, right? Things like decision making, pacing, decision making under pressure. To be able to say, okay, there's someone here, I'm going to have trigger discipline. I'm going to let them rotate, leave them alone, have an eye of where a circle's going, be able to be like, okay, I'm here. There's no one here. That means they must be pushing from this direction to be able to make those plays. And I think exactly what you said, Renji has been doing a very good job of showing kind of that next step up in how you play a game.
I think one of the top one of the pros in Warzone right now who showcases so much patience and so much talent, and I don't know, I just love the way he knows when to shoot, and his IQ in the game is Tommy. I love watching him and how he is so patient in his skill level, and just showcasing how he knows how to pace himself and knows what to do. He keeps calm, and he just has so much knowledge, and he's a great in-game leader too. Especially in the 2v2s. It's insane to see him, and so many other Warzone Call of Duty players too, but it's just I've seen him do.
Oh, I got the kill though.
How unlucky
you can see
with the
snipe. Glint comes through at the very last second. You could tell he saw it, but just simply not enough time for him to get out of the way. So they will fall at the end of that game. And well, hey, 19 people left and 20 kills. This is potentially looking up to be a great game for them. His team, I think, maybe trying to stabilize. They have a decent amount of cash, almost $15,000, $16,000 to work with. And well, there is a buy station next to them as well. They're pushing in from the storm, but not a terrible position to be in. They do have to be somewhat mindful, though, of the high ground, those rocks to their right, which is where they're going to need to start heading toward.
Yeah.
And this is tricky, right? So this is to the left side of, well, where was Dam. So this is the left side of that, where it can be tricky, right? Unless you know the routes in advance of how to get up and how much time you have. If you rotate left, do you know the pathways to get up the rocks so you don't die in the storm?
Yeah,
do you know how to get up the
two
right side?
options right here. They can either take the buggy, the cart to go up, or they could go up the rock, or they could take the car too, going up the rocks too. I mean,
yeah, and this is where you got to be careful, right? Because if you pick up the car, well, suddenly you're a big red dot on everyone's map, and they know exactly where you are. But I think they're trying to make that trade-off to get under the bridge, maybe to get somewhere a bit more stable and try and work their way up. There is a zip line on this bridge, but I can't imagine they're too keen on taking it.
That would be very risky play. I mean, if they did do that, then they're kind of a little bit less for cover. But this is definitely trying to, I mean, either getting height or staying low to the ground. I mean, depending on how the circle ends, sometimes I've seen in some cases, it is better to be on the lower level of some buildings, especially if the circle kind of goes their advantage and has the people who are on the top of the buildings have to jump off first.
Right.
So
that's exactly
there's just
true.
Sometimes there's good situations where you're at the bottom. And
yeah, that additional coverage sometimes just by having the low ground can definitely pay off well for you. And this team, guys, on the leaderboard, this team is in 5th place, and first place is where you want to be to secure that ticket to the 20K main event. They are in 5th place, and depending on what Twisty and ZPK have in terms of their scores, it could be a very good one. I mean, you can see he flashed the scoreboard there for just a second. I wasn't quite able to see what they have, but 20 kills to him himself, not too shabby. And now they've worked their way up to get at least some of the high ground here and locate some more of those kills. And they do still have the bounty to at least know where one of those teams is. There's about 12 other people left in the lobby, and they're getting real close to those additional top 3 placement points.
Right.
He just bought back under. Yo, he might come up from here. Either the zip or...
I like this. The comms, like, good. Check all the areas. This place, if you're not super familiar, can cause you some consternation. There's
big issues.
There's elevators, there's random
Watching
doorways to get
corners,
outside, there's zip lines, so good comms from them to identify. Beautiful ping. That was great. Makes that kill, his 21st, about as easy as you could ask for.
Yep. And they were having some issues in this game with pings too lately about how the pings weren't registering. So I'm happy that they, with the updates, and then there's still some times where it's a little bugged at times, but the pings were definitely an issue at one point.
And they'll see some trying to float down and make their way. They'll be able to get at least, I think, 1 or 2 kills from those. And now 10 people left, 5 teams in the lobby. Once again, you do get 5 additional points for first place, 3 for second, and 1 for third. But, well, 4th or 5th, you're not going to get much. So you want to start playing this smart. There's 10 people in the lobby. You got to be mindful of those placement points and the fact that this is shaping up to be a fairly good game. So you want to take those smart kills, and that pesky gondola taking his shot. So he's able to mark him, at least indicate where one of them is, but not able to get the down. If the gondola hadn't been in his way, he does probably get a full there.
Right, yeah. I feel like when this map first came out, the gondola was my favorite thing too.
It freaked me out a few times though, because I'd be trying to hide in an area with a gondola, and I'd mistake the sound as like someone pushing. And
pushing?
I'd freak out. I'd get very scared, and then it was just like this cute little gondola moseying on in. Well, ZP did get into a bit of trouble, but actually able to come out on top. Plates up and back to a more comfortable position. Still 10 left,
in a really good spot.
Yeah, they're in an excellent
They're still
spot.
in the middle.
Yeah, excellent spot. They are right in the middle of this circle. There's about 10 seconds left in circle 6, and we'll start prepping for 7. This is the very end of this game, and yes, they have beautiful, beautiful positioning so far.
Hopefully the circle kind of ends up going their way.
Yep, and take a look at that. So what, if you're in their shoes right now, Adore, how do you want them to play this?
I feel like they should just be as patient as they can if they can get any picks, because a lot of people are going to start flying off that building, because there's only two ways. There's either going to start trying to fly. Ooh, that's a good call out. They're going to probably fly off either going into their building, or they're going to be right below. So either they're going to be, falling off into, so they're in a really good position. I think I would do the same exact thing. Just wait for the people to just rotate out at this point, because if I'm in the circle, I'm going to wait until, because these kills, it's so much easier for the people to push you rather than you pushing the team.
Yeah, let them come to you. You don't have to be overly aggressive. And what I love too, take a look at Twisty. He's the green arrow on the mini map. When you had this call out from A's that there was someone in the building, Twisty turned around and was rotating around by the staircase in the building, trying to make sure that person couldn't flank him. So I love that teamwork.
Yep.
There's now 23 kills. He is in the storm. He'll have to be careful because he does not have a gas mask. We'll start eating through his plates. He'll rotate back up, though, and should be okay. Only needs to replate by about 1. But still, now you have 5 people left. 4 total teams, so no extra placement points just yet. You can't get too over aggressive. There's still at least 5 additional points on the line on top of the kills if they can secure them. And now 3 left. You've earned 1 additional point. You've got 4 other people in the lobby. So far,
team on
so
him,
good.
Right there.
And well, ZP, he will get downed. And you can see he takes the gondola away, and he's got to be careful because it might leave him into the gas. It could potentially kill him if he's not careful. He has to wait for that rotation. He should end up being fine, but that's a bit of a risky play. So he's okay in the circle. And hey, actually, it's continuing to pull his way. So his teammate, the last man standing, Twisty over on the side, able to get a kill. He will find one down below, maybe make it a second. He'll have to reload. He pulls out the Milano, not quite connecting with some of those shots, and there you go. Bloodthirsty, it comes through, and now a 2v1 Adore, 25 kills to his name. Guaranteed top 2. I like this. Their comms have really been spot on.
Yeah.
Look right there somewhere. I don't know.
He might die to the storm regardless. We'll see.
What? He's gonna die to the storm. I'm trying to just get the kill. Just don't die. He's gonna die to the storm. Wait, there's no way he's not
Well,
dead, right?
suddenly it's starting to pull back, and they say there's no way he's not dead, right? But the game has not ended, so you have to be careful. He's somewhere underneath you, and you will need to move. So he spots him, gets enough initial kills, and but Adore, this could be tricky.
That is a beautiful ending right there.
Not tricky enough. You can see he pulls out. He was nervous, right? Because something you mentioned before is when being in the high ground does not play well to your positioning. If the storm hit him without that gas mask, he was going to be forced to jump off, and at that point, you're simply a sitting duck. But the player down below, maybe a little too aggressive there, right? Didn't need to jump out quite as soon as he did, so they're able to net the 26th kill. And for a team in 5th place, that might move them up a couple slots. Who knows?
Yeah.
So we'll have to see, guys. I think at this time, we're going to go to a quick little break. But that team in 5th, a great game to try and propel them toward 1st place, because that's all that matters here in this collegiate qualifier. 1st place and that ticket to the 20K. We'll be right back with more action after the break. Welcome back to the Code Freedom Collegiate Qualifier, where Adore and myself have been taking you through all the action, these teams, these players trying to make a name for themselves in the Warzone scene and trying to secure a first place finish to get a ticket to the $20,000 main event. Adore, is there anyone that you've seen so far that's kind of really been impressing you that you've been keeping your eye on?
I think, like I have mentioned right before, I think I've seen him play and I've seen his stream before. Renji, I love the way he's been playing. Like I said, his IQ in the game and just the way he's just been playing throughout this whole tourney is just very impressive. And it does, kind of prove my point, like from before. And, my impressions were right from the very beginning. So I'm kind of happy. I'm excited to keep seeing him play and, just fry in this lobby.
Yeah, he's been doing great. I think Insight, OMG as well, has been playing phenomenally. But let's get into the games. I know as much as you want to watch us talk, well, you can listen to us talk and watch the games go down. And I feel like every time we go to Thugger's screen, just something has gone wrong.
I feel like he is in the blender this whole tourney, and there's just no way of getting him back into his happy place.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know if it's us just jinxing him, but Thugger is one of the kind of the top players in this, a name that you might be more familiar with, someone who has actually played in some of the bigger tournaments. And Insight, one of the players I mentioned on his team as well. They were in first place. I'm not sure if they currently have held on to that. But a quick reminder, guys, what we saw from that team before the break, it looked like a very impressive ending because it was. They had a 60-point game combined. That is going to be one of those games that is one of your best or second best scores. So, okay, then question. So, trio kill races. In a trio kill race, what score would you consider to be great? And then what kind of game score would you consider to just be like a solid game, but not definitely your best?
I think it all depends on how much the placement points are going for. I mean, I think if it's like, let's just say, like in this instance, I think the 50 and the 60-point games, like let's just say if you got like 45 kills and then you topped it off with the like first place and then it was 50 points, then that's a good solid game. I mean, anything above I think 50 or 40 is you're in a pretty good solid spot, for a good potential points on the leaderboard.
Ooh, and look at those shots mounted on that barricade. That's his 15th, does down his 16th. We'll see if he has a self-revive or he tries to scurry away. He'll break the armor again and push up. But again, you're right, so many people kind of using this new AR. Why do you think it took so much time for this to pick up? Was it just because of balance changes that came through?
I think it was because this was just a new AR. It was not in the game the whole time. I think it was just now recently with the new update and with the new map. I think they wanted to add more versatile ARs because they were challenging us to get away from the AMAX. They saw that as many times as they were nerfing the AMAX that we were not letting it go. It was still the king in Verdansk, and I feel like they want us to be a little bit versatile. So they added this new AR along with buffing like a lot of the ARs, like the Gorza, the Farah, the XM4, and fixing a little bit of the glitches and things like that. So I think that's why now it's showcasing now, especially because it's so new and people are kind of getting tired. I know a lot of people in either tournaments or just content creating, they're kind of looking for new content, new guns to make videos on and compete with and see what's the new meta.
Yeah.
So
the incredible gun no one's using. Yeah, I know those YouTube videos with a shocked face and their mouth is wide open. Like, is this the most
I'm
incredible
guilty of
thing
that.
they've ever seen?
I have to do it. Gotta sell and
They
sell.
work. They work, guys. So hey, maybe if you need to know some of the new meta weapons, go check out Adore's channel, see what she has to say about it. This team, they're going to continue their rotations over as we move to prayers, sitting at 5 kills and 68 left in the lobby. This is one of those teams, though, I think now that we're getting farther into this, we have about, an hour 40 or an hour 20 left, roughly. You're starting to see, I think, the divide, if you will, from the teams jockeying for first place and the teams that are playing, but there's probably a long shot at this point.
Yeah. This is definitely, I think, where in some cases where you kind of start getting towards the end and you see that you're not getting as much as luck as you were in the beginning. It's definitely hard to keep your energy still up and positive and stuff, especially towards the very end late game, because you just feel like nothing is going your way. So to keep the momentum going and try to keep go strong even to the very end, even when you feel like we're not even placing it. I mean, still pulling a hard good game, it still makes you feel really good, and you feel like you redeemed yourself when you, even in the very ending, even if it didn't count, you still pulled off a really good solid game. And things like that. So to see these guys work so hard just to get all these kills and manage to fight through these sweaty lobbies right now, because we are getting to the brink of towards, I think, the nighttime. I think the lobbies start changing. I feel like a lot of the kids are getting on, and a lot of the people are off work, and and it's just getting harder and harder as the tourney goes on.
Exactly.
And I feel like the luck in some, I will play for hours just with my friends, and the amount of luck that I run into in a tournament rather than compared than playing games with my friends is undeniably just crazy. The luck that I just randomly get sniped in a tournament, but I'm running through a field with my friends and nothing happens.
I'm
it's
frolicking through the airfield
crazy.
for 3 minutes, painting my toenails, and no one shoots at me. But the moment you're in a tournament, suddenly you look over and there's 5 sniper glints in the houses across the ravine, and you're like, oh, delightful. And well, speaking of those houses, this is exactly where we're at. He's sitting, taking cover in the school, and there's still a decent amount of people left looking to take him out at IHOP. You can see him peeking over the top of that roof. They continue to challenge him. I'm not quite sure why. He will get the down now and start to push forward. We'll see if he can get the kills.
That's a good entry knock right there. Oh, he's getting called back a little bit. Oh, another team is pushing them from behind.
Yeah, make sure that you don't get pinched and taken out, and that's exactly what's happening.
At them. Oh no.
So in this situation, Adore, would you have just committed to the push toward IHOP?
I feel like once you make an entry knock and once you already committed, I feel like if I was him, I would have just continued on with the team that I originally was focused on and let the other 2 teammates try to see if they can work it out. Especially if he has a little bit of money, to work with, because he has 2K. I mean, he's not that far off. Hopefully the guy that he knocked originally from IHOP, if he did continue to, go and, try to get the team wipe right there, I think he would have got enough money to buy another teammate and also potentially get the other team knocked out. But sadly, he did not win that gulag right there. And now he's back to kind of square one, where he's kind of just sitting in the house and he's in between 2 teams. It's definitely a very, very, very tough spot right here.
Yeah, I think some of the indecision ends up costing them. And speaking of the gulag, we've seen now many iterations of it. I personally still miss good old showers, gulag V1. But what do you think of the new gulag?
I think the audio is definitely a big disadvantage in this gulag here.
You don't like incredibly loud footsteps on metal grates above your head?
Oh, of course I do.
See, I knew it. It makes it more challenging.
I feel like they have definitely made it a little bit tougher for us to hear the footsteps, especially because there's wood on top, there's metal, there's people just throwing rocks at you, and it's just, and then especially if you have auto tack, you manage to mantle over a lot of the things that are in this new gulag now too. So I have caught myself randomly jumping into that pool
The auto
way
mantle
too many
of
times.
Doom. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, he
Ooh,
gets
and the
stunned, but
stuns.
So unfortunate.
yeah, that's exactly what he just said was what I was about to say. That is so unfortunate. Well, there's Rogue. He has not moved from that chair, not once ever. He does not believe in sitting forward because he doesn't need to. 16 in the lobby, and he has 5 kills, but there's only 2 teammates left, so they aren't a 2v14. He'll get another kill, though, be able to get a nice bag of cash for it, and if he can somehow manage to find a buy station, if he's lucky enough, there is one on his left, he can get his teammate back.
Yep, give me a sec. Are they in these houses?
Oh, that audio is something.
That audio.
Oh.
Ooh, I don't know if he's in a alternate dimension or what, but it's
I
not
think
the play.
because he has 2 microphones, one for his like either Discord and in game. I think one teammate is in game and the other one is in Discord, so it's going to sound a little echoey for the other teammate too.
Now, does anyone else in chat play like the cheek clapper plays, like just calm, cool, collected? You don't ever lean forward. You're not concerned about nothing ever.
Because I have lost full. I am leaning
like that.
back. I am definitely leaning back if I have lost full. If I am done and I am just gaming to game. Me and Anna are so guilty for this. There's just times where we're in the middle of the night at 3 a.m. where we're still, because we're so addicted to playing, Call of Duty, Warzone, and we are just playing just to play because quality time with our friends is the best time. And we are literally leaned back in our chair, and then we finally hit the realization button, and then we're just like, you know what? Shoot, let's just kind of lean forward. Kind of focus in, we're locked in now.
Yeah, right? Like sometimes you just got to kick back and relax. And I don't necessarily love some of these plays. I do not really love this play from Drip. That was a beautiful snap, burn and turn into the top left window. But he picked up the drone and ran past a dead silence in the storm, which I don't necessarily agree
really sad.
with. Yeah, I don't know if Cheek Clapper wasn't relaying to them that there was someone in the top of that building. It seemed like they didn't realize. So I think maybe a bit of a communication error. I don't quite love exactly the plays being made, but hey, at the end of the day, it's working out. You did get the kill, and well, you now are in a 2v2, so who knows? Maybe it'll work out for him.
And this is such an open circle too. This is where but the drone does come in handy right here.
Oh, hey, shame on me, maybe then. I don't necessarily know if you need it, but maybe it'll work out. Granted, I feel like that's also the only place they could be.
So watch your right side.
But
very, very true.
Now you know. I don't use the drone often. Maybe I'm, just not playing the game the right way.
No, I feel like there's some people who do use it at times. I mean, I know for sure I don't pick it up on an everyday game. But there you go. It's a good solid dub right there.
Yeah, a great win for them. Certainly, it looked like things could potentially go awry, but, well, they had the storm and it was pushing toward them, and their opponents had to run out into an open field. So great job from them to get those kills, secure that win. And now we're back to a team that we did just see have a huge, monumentally huge game before we went to the break. So this one looking to be
a tough spot too right now.
This one a bit slower, 8 kills, 50 in the lobby, and there they make that decision. This is the first time we've seen it. Adore, why did they back out?
I feel like because 2 were down already. He had no money to buy him back. He only had 8 kills. There was 50 people up, and it was only third circle. So I think it was a very good, smart decision. They were just wasting time. They weren't finding money really quickly. I usually, if I don't find money in some of the the places that are already looted. If I see like I'm not having any luck to find any money to buy my teammates back fast enough and the lobbies are continuing to die, I'm just going to back out. So they did a very smart play right there and just backed out and reset right there. I'd rather have my full team, a lot of money and a lot of, just better chances at winning the game rather than trying to do a solo trio and trying to find and grab some money where I can't.
Yeah, and this is where those decision-making skills really start to come into play, because if you take a look at the clock, you have an hour and 10 minutes left in this kill
is crunch
race.
Time.
Right. So this is the point where the decision-making, as you've said, really starts to play into. You have to make those great judgment plays on lobbies. When do you choose to back out? Are you too far into a lobby that you just need to commit to it? Kind of how you make those 30,000 foot view decisions on what's going on. And well, Blue memories. Trying to work his way around, get his teammate Lewis up. Should be able to do so. I'm not quite sure where he got down from. I don't know if maybe there's someone on the far side of TV. Yeah, or if it was right below him. But they will be able to regain for now. But this is, again, one of those spots we've seen where it can be a little tricky if you're in the high ground and you're getting pushed by the storm.
This is very true. And this is also another building where if you have to look down, you have to mantle over. So this is definitely a tough. I like that they chose the ground level rather than flying off the building.
Yeah, it's those, again, even though it does seem to be a relatively low scoring game, those decisions can really help make the difference in allowing you to get those additional kills, which, depending on the situation, can make or break something, right? Because don't forget, guys, it is a timed kill race, but there are some placement bonuses. If you get first place, you do get 5 additional points. If you get second, you get 3. And if you get third, you get 1. And I am so glad, Adora, I have not messed up those numbers, not one time. I might have jinxed myself, but I'm happy so far.
You impressed me, of course.
Thank you, I try. Well, he's right out in the open, and he does get one elimination, but gets downed, and a bit tricky for him. He does have the gas mask, so we'll see if maybe he's able to scoot his way there, but getting stuck on the staircase, I don't know if he'll be able to make it out alive, especially with no self-revive.
We are at war. We should be able to climb rocks in these tournaments, in this war zone, in these maps. I feel like in the world of Verdansk, we should be able to climb some rocks if we are in war. We are
That's
war
a
men.
good question. How is it that these super troopers are able to fly in, drive every single vehicle without problems? You can mantle literally everything, fly off buildings, pull your chute, run and gun, every gun in the game, but you can't climb some rocks.
It's very, very mind-blowing to see.
This is the real mystery of Verdansk.
I'm really shocked. I am very shocked. Usually in time kill races, teams run into other teams. Like you kind of queue in accidentally at the same time, and potentially run into the other competing teams. So I'm kind of surprised that we haven't seen that.
Yeah, that's so. What do you prefer to do? And well, he tries to make his way into the Bertha. Unfortunately, gets caught out. Does not have the self revive. So this may be where this team ends as everyone falls around them. But where when you're in a position like that, like where do
you run into a team?
Yeah. What goes into your decision making there, Adore? Do you just decide to pull out? Like how does it all go when you realize someone's in your game?
I feel like depending on it all comes down to say if my teammates are, in the gulag or if they still have their gulag. I mean, where are we at with like kills and stuff like that? Because sometimes usually in time kill races and in tournaments, and if you are very experienced in playing in tournaments, you tend to land in the same areas that the other competing teams, if they are very familiar with competing too, they are generally landing in the same area. So if a lot of teams are landing in hospital, you're going to come across them. So depending if you survive it, I feel like if we're winning and we have all of our teammates up, I am going to stay in that game and try to knock that team out so I can have a potential and a chance at, playing in that lobby rather than letting them, because sometimes if they notice that we're in the same lobby, then a lot of the times they back out. So if both of you back out, I mean, then it's kind of just a waste of a lobby. Yeah.
No, I like that. So a lot of decision making really on those opening breaks, kind of what you said. Like, how does an opening break go? Does it make it worth it? Well, a nice little snipe there makes it easy.
Him with the snipes. I've been seeing some nice snipes coming from him. He's really good with the Swiss sniper right there.
Yeah, he's been doing a great
Kinda
job with that
jealous.
gun. And guys, a little bit of a tip here. If you're standing at the very top of a building, just willy-nilly standing there
And
trying to
flying
snipe,
at
don't do that. Yeah,
Don't
if you're
do
just
that
standing at the top of
either.
a building, not moving outside of cover, you're probably going to get killed.
Ooh, a free UAV.
Yeah, they'll
Love
take
that.
that for sure. And we'll see. It does reveal some folks at the towers to the right and some looking like they're around PD. So very helpful for his teammates who are already pushed far forward as he looks to see if anyone's going to jump off of top train.
They're very separated. They are not very close. They do have enough money to get their teammate back, but they are not anywhere close to each other in order. And then he is pushing a whole team.
And he's been spotted as well, so they definitely know where he is. He's going to try and, again, use that sniper to affect. He has the rocks, a little bit of cover here, but potentially a bit of a dangerous situation depending on if they decide to push him or not.
Right. Ooh.
Ooh.
Good knock.
Third time is the charm. And, well, he knows that they're going to get the revive. I wonder if he's going to try and rotate. Yes, he'll do just that. Sometimes you want to get the kill, but when you can get a knock, you know that they're forced to revive. It gives you the time to rotate toward your team and get to cover. And he does that.
Time.
Yep. I like that decision making. He'll be able to relay that they jumped off. He'll know that they're there in the rotation with the storm. So I assume that they'll probably try and push left along toward train. We'll see if this team instead pushes toward PD toward the rest of his team and tries to challenge. But for the time being, he is able to rotate, start moving his way over to the rest of them and make something happen. But with 9 kills, 30 left in the lobby, that's not really ideal. I feel like I'd want to see them with a few more kills than just 9, at least be in double digits.
Here he sees that teammate. Pop that back here. See if they can catch them rotating. I think there's two different teams.
I don't know how that was just a hit marker on the first one. I don't know where that ended up registering on it, but I was surprised it didn't immediately break armor. So unfortunately,
the
he tags him twice.
snipers in this game is definitely tricky. I've seen some very strange hit markers with the snipers where I can very sure be convinced that it was a headshot and then it was just break chest armor.
Yeah, or something. You're like, I feel like that should have done more damage than just tap the armor like what you're seeing here. And he hits the shots, but unfortunately, he's doing damage, but not really much more than that. Not able to get some downs or get any full. So he will still sit at 9 kills. But good news, well, the rest of his team is up as well, and they have a decent amount of money. So they should be okay for the time being. Another hit reg comes in, and I get the sense he's starting to get a little frustrated considering all he's doing is breaking armor.
Frustrated right here. Oh,
you can see it in his face. At some point, he's going to try and give some of it up. Oh my God, I can't. Give some of it up, Adore. There we go. We've been doing this for 2.5 hours, and my ability to speak left me for a moment. But I do actually think some of them that he broke the armor on, his teammate in green up on the mini map was able to clean some of those up. So while he was not able to get the kills, I do think at least 1 or 2 of them maybe transitioned over to his teammate.
Yep. And he does know that there's a team on the right of him rotating back into the circles right now too. Calls out that there's a teammate right in front of him.
There's that C4. And well, it doesn't connect, but the Semtex does, and he'll be forced to scramble away.
Team that
and
was on the
taken
right. Yeah, that team on the right actually caught him.
That's tough. I mean, in that situation, like that's frustrating, right? You get 9th place, you're not going to get much. This ends up kind of just being a wasted lobby for you.
Yeah.
So when you're in those final moments, right, you're spread out from your team. My cat feeder is going off in the background. What do you do, Adore, in that scenario? Is it just kind of chalked regardless because of the position you're in, or do you think there was plays that could have been made?
I feel like, it's really tough, especially when you're getting third partied. I mean, that is always a very tough situation, getting third partied by a different team while you're pushing another team. I mean, in the best case scenario, I think he could have just quickly got that squad wipe in front of him, but he was already weak. So it was either challenging the team that was on the right, making sure that they're not going to shoot him in the back, and then focus the team that was in front of him, or focus on the team in front and then, wait for the team to rotate. But I don't think he called out the team that he saw that was on the right. So it was definitely, I think, a little bit of a miscommunication right there and getting third partied.
That's tough. And maybe we'll see more success out of Brandon and co. They've had some fairly decent games as well. They'll try and fly up. He does have dead silence. I'm not sure if his teammates do, so maybe it ends up getting wasted, but they will try and push to the top here in Promenade and see who they can find. And as you mentioned, sometimes these areas can be a bit tricky because while you get a lot of visual ground by being on the top of these buildings, you're also way out in the open. So they'll go ahead and throw that trophy back on the helicopter and start moving. And at least for right now, about 50% health. So they've got a decent amount of health in this heli, but we'll see how long that lasts for as they push toward this bounty. And there's been a lot of teams actually that I haven't seen really focusing getting bounties and moving from bounty to bounty. And this is not one of those teams. They've done a good job of using those.
I have definitely liked that they're getting the bounties. I think the bounties, here, they tend to help, with just, I think in general, to know where the teams are at.
Right.
Especially like I said, once you're past the second circle, a lot of the teams are already ghosted, so you can't see them, at least with the pings of the UAVs. But at least you can kind of get a general idea of where the teams are. So I like getting them, and then it's easier money. You get the money to kind of have that, that freedom, that leeway of, buying your teammates back, buying self-revive, or buying, whatever you need to do, or use some UAVs, whatever the case you need to do just to get a win.
Yeah, and they'll go ahead and finish off that helicopter and get the kills, pick up the cash. And there you go. Just like that, all of them sitting with a decent amount. They can all buy back a teammate. Some can buy back more than one. So that is great kind of comfort in the back of your mind to know worst comes to worst. You can buy back teammates. We'll see if they choose to maybe get those self-revives with some of that money. But I do like what you had to say there, right? Bounties can be so important because when you're ghosted, not only do you know where someone is, but it can also help guide your rotations to guarantee that you have kills. Because the last thing you want is to be stuck in a position in a game where you're just kind of meandering around trying to find people and not succeeding.
Yep. It's definitely frustrating. And now, Katie, I have a question. Are you driving the heli, or you're having your teammates drive the heli?
Hell no, I call my Uber. They come pick me up. I buckle in and I look, you don't under only the most dire situations do you want me driving the heli, because I will hit a rogue branch and murder us all.
Oh wow. I'm trying to get my friends to drive the heli more.
I'm not saying I'm proud of it. I'm nervous. It makes me nervous. It's so much responsibility. You're holding lives in your hands.
Very true. There's a lot of responsibility there. I'm kind of upset again. He's back at 49.
I don't think it ever updated.
Oh my, that's going to bug me.
But we know in spirit. He did get to 50 out of 50. And well, the heli didn't last too much longer. Critical damage forces them to bail into the middle of downtown, right near the tower. Good news, though, you will find that nice golden mask, which seems to have been a staple really throughout this tournament. Can be very effective with its longevity in the storm. And now he'll try and move upstairs on that 4th floor. He does have a dead silence as well to work with MP5 out and ready. So I know probably at least, I don't know if they know a team's above them or if they're trying to just get some high ground.
I think they're just trying to see where the team is at, so they're trying to just play high ground and see if they can look down.
Oh!
Ooh. Oh, and
that was
cluster. That was definitely very.
That was I don't know if that team had a UAV. Maybe it's not Ghost. I don't. That was a quick snap. To be sure.
Run away from this team.
One thing,
you can see the comms. Sorry,
Yep,
go ahead.
yep,
Go ahead,
yep.
Adore. Yeah, the comms though coming in saying, move away from the team. But what were you gonna say?
I feel like one of the teammates should always have, like, they shouldn't spend as much money that they have. I feel like it's always smart to not spend all of the money. Trying to rummaging around is because, especially, that's what the bounties are for. Try to get all the money you can and like try to save as much money. Have one teammate spend and the other teammate, just pickpocket the money
Right.
as you go.
And I think that's
Yeah.
important too, like recognizing as well the little nuances of, hey, if one teammate has like $10,000, maybe give some of it to someone else. So worst case scenario, if that person dies, you're not suddenly left broke with no way to buy someone back.
Ooh.
I'm not saying he just got baited, but
he definitely right there. That was a lot of being very, very patient and being very mindful of the auto attack. I try to tell myself to not chase some teammates because you do not know what the other teammate is telling them and probably saying, hey, watch my back, I'm getting chased.
Yeah, right. Especially like if you know that you're leading them right into the rest of your teammates, exactly as you said. Sometimes you have to be a little careful in how confident you are in a chase. And while they try and work their way out of that scenario, guys, we're going to head to a quick break. And when we get back, the final hour of the kill race begins. Welcome back to the Code Freedom Collegiate Qualifier. Adore and myself are joined by Master Chief, who wanted to swing by and say hello to everyone. Wish the best of luck to all of our competitors, and of course, say hi to chat. And well, Adore, we're in the final stretch. There's only an hour left. How do you think everyone is feeling?
I think everyone is feeling the pressure. Everyone is really excited to see who's going to be winning this tournament here. So I'm really excited to see who comes in first and who gets to qualify for the big tourney.
Right, and that's the big thing, right? Take a look at our rankings. First place earns you a ticket to the 20K main event. Thugger's team has been in the lead for some time, but look at that. They are only up by 11 points over second place.
Do you think, close.
Yes, do you think Twisty's team can overcome that?
I mean, hey, anything's possible. If they get a really good lobby and they just get a 60-point game or anything more than what they have originally, they can definitely kick them off the first place point right there.
Yeah, and so it's interesting to see, right? Sometimes you see those crazy last-moment shifts where there's a team that's been in first place the entire time, and then a secondary team makes some sort of huge comeback, some incredible play in the very end of a tournament to be able to take them out and take first place. But so far, so good for them. I think Thugger's team especially has really been playing well. I've been impressed by them.
Yeah.
All right, I'll put my poor cat back down. He can go back to sleep on my lap, but... There you go, Chad. He wanted to say hello to all of you.
He is so freaking cute. I'm jealous of you having him.
Full disclosure, Chad, 99% of what we talk about on breaks is our cats.
Yes.
So what else would you talk about? Adore, we could talk about this incredible gameplay. We can talk about our adorable cats. We can talk about how great chat has been and the viewers throughout this entire event as we get into the home
I love
stretch.
every single person in chat right now. They're amazing. Just keeping the chat active. I love it.
Yeah, Adore, you got a few fans in chat, I saw.
I have a beautiful, supportive, people in my corner. I love them.
We love that. Well, unfortunately, though, for Brandon, the only support he's getting is a bullet to the head in the storm, and he will fall. And I don't see them making much of an impact at this point. You're going out 9 kills. He had 4. I just don't think really you're getting the games necessary to make some sort of contention. It might be too little too late for some of these teams. So, Adore, when you're watching something like this, where is your mental at when you're in the final stretch of something? It's been a few hours. You're tired. You had to be so hyper-focused the entire time. Do you sound like that?
I think at this point, I start just laughing at things that are happening to me. I feel like I start going insane, or either I'm about to blow an aneurysm. It's just honestly, it goes hand in hand on what my emotions are at the time. I'm kind of like the person where I do so much better when I'm laughing. I play so much better. I don't know why, but I start just laughing at silly things that happen to me. Like, I am a keen, big person at breaking ankles at the worst time I could be breaking my ankles. And I just,
you didn't break your ankles,
say
you
nothing.
Got sniped. It was an incredible snipe from downtown.
Very true,
across the
by
map.
prison.
By prison.
Yep.
You couldn't even see there was no glint, but you definitely got sniped.
Yep.
Happens to the best of us. But no, I think, this man's lost in the sauce, sir. He had no idea what was going on, and he will die for it. He knows prayers that there's at least one more there. He'll see him on that handy dandy UAV pushing out. Should be a pretty free kill, all things considered. Should be right there by the road, and there he zooms in on him. I don't know if he's in the bush or if he's hiding. There you go. He sees his shadow, takes him out, and that'll be his 7th kill.
I don't know how many times
did you just call him?
I've died to a bushwookie in
bush
this game.
Wookie. I've never heard someone say that before.
Oh man, they are bush warriors. I hate them.
I
think that's the one thing that I hate in this game is where there's just teams that are just randomly hiding in the bush just to get just that one secure
I love
kill.
That. If I remember one moment from this entire stream, it's going to be you explaining the term bush Wookie.
I don't know. I think one of my friends like just randomly said, "Oh, look at this freaking bushwookie," and it just stuck. It's stuck, and then I just think it's just very catchy. It was very catchy, and it just
I'm gonna have
kind
to
of,
start using it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna shamelessly steal it. I'll attribute it.
I call it out too. In serious gameplays and 2v2s, I'm like, this bushwookie.
I like it. I'm going to incorporate that into my streams and prayers. Well, still sitting at 7 kills, but a decent amount left in the lobby, but not for a first circle, actually. 15 seconds left.
I didn't even see.
Yeah, and 67 other people. You know what, chat? Maybe that's healthy if it's second circle, but not for the very end of first. That's rough. They will, however, have that bounty. They know that they are somewhere nearby in hospital, or well, they found them because they're getting tagged up. And interestingly enough, Base does have that nail gun.
I'm very surprised that he's, I think he just picked it up off someone's dead loot.
Have you used it much?
I've used it in Rebirth. I'm a big fan of playing both game modes. I love playing either the regular Verdansk, map, but I do also like playing the Rebirth Resurgence map. And in that mode, the nail gun is such a beamer. It just kills so fast. But I think he nerfed it, so I haven't used it as much. But when I did use it, it was definitely fun. It was definitely fun to use. It was very satisfying.
Yeah, it's like, I feel like that's one of those guns that I'm like, well, nail gun. Like, in theory, that looks really cool, but in practice, would I be good with it? It's like the throwing knives, right? I'm not flashy. I'm too nervous of a person to want to do the flashy plays, so maybe I'll leave the nail gun to you.
The nail gun is definitely, it just has only 20 bullets or the ammo, and you can pick up the SMG, but it just sucks because it's just 20 ammunition. Like, it's not a big way to get a full squad wipe, so
And a reminder,
it's definitely fun.
A reminder to everyone, this is the Code Freedom Collegiate Qualifier presented by the U.S. Army National Guard, if you're just tuning in. So this is a 4-hour timed kill race. You're in trios, and you're all vying for first place, because first place gives you a ticket, that golden ticket to the main event, $20,000 on the line, where not only will you be playing for a decent chunk of change, but you will also be able to test your mettle against some of the best Warzone players in the world. We've had Thugger's team consistently in first place throughout the majority of the tournament. And now, Adore, the big question is, can they maintain that pace and close it out here in the final hour? Because really it feels like, as disastrous as things can be for teams, it feels like all kind of the crazy magic really does tend to happen in that final hour where it's really ride or die.
Yep. And I like that they are randomly, see if he can, he did not get there in time to get the res, and what we were just talking about in the earlier
But was the down
the
teammate
games.
Scooting toward him? That's the real question.
I don't think so. I think they were trying to play it safe. But what I was going to mention before I got that kind of distracted me is the perks, the different perks that people, because a lot of people tend to use the same perks and everyday gameplay. They do like the overkill, they do the double time, they do the quick fix. But instead of getting Ghost, he got where you can see, I forgot what the perk's called, but you can kind of see where the teammate is looking, like the enemy is looking at you. It highlights. So it just it tells you where in the general area where someone is looking at you. And I forget I think it's called Foresight, I believe. I can't remember. But anyways, it is definitely very OP. I don't see a lot of people running it because people really do prefer to be ghosted most of the time. So if someone is
high alert,
UAVs, yes, high alert. There you
Thank
go. Thank you, Red. But yeah, when people use high alert, you could it just highlights to see when an enemy is ADSing or just looking in your direction for a certain period of time. And it definitely gives you more advantage because when you're running out in the middle of the field and, the high alert, starts, giving you that, that sign indicator, where someone's looking at it, that indicator, it just kind of, you get more of that second to react.
Yeah, it gives you kind of that extra idea. And I've seen a lot of this this actual reticle on that gun, kind of that fun turquoisey, neon-y.
Yeah,
We'll see if that ADS comes up. I think it's like one of the second ones. It's pretty easy to unlock, but it's been interesting to see people use it because I'm pretty boring with mine. I like to go for just like the basic ones. I don't try and get too fancy with it because I feel like it throws off my aim. But that one specifically, part of me is like, you should just do it because it's pretty. But I don't know how to be good with it. It's so large.
I kind of go back and forth. See, there you go. The high alert is showcasing there right there, so he kind of knows the idea of someone looking at him. I like this perk. Me personally probably won't use it, but I enjoy seeing other people pick it up and you actually implement it into their loadouts and stuff like that. It's actually it was very broken when the specialist was a thing, when they did that big downtown new building. I can never say it right. Nakatomi
Tower. Yeah.
When they were doing the specialist bonus, it was just, and you had all the perks. It was so it was really, really, really broken, and it was so fun to use, but it was very overwhelming because like it also did it when there was down teammates. So if you're in a room filled with like down teammates and there's 3 people looking at you, your high alert is just showing in all directions.
Yeah, you're like, I'm surrounded. They're everywhere. We'll see if they can make it out alive. But yeah, that was certainly OP when it was in for the time that it was. And now they're going to try and take out this Bertha. They do just that. Get a nice down. Should get the full coming through. 17 kills. And well, they know at least one's in the back, and he's in a tough position because he's going to either have to push away from the Bertha or essentially be stuck behind it, and he might potentially even get shot from the side. You can see some of those coming through. The Semtex is out, try and flush him out while the vehicle is destroyed, and he won't be able to see anything for the time being with the smoke in his way. But I would feel like they must have got that kill. I wasn't taking a look in the bottom left corner to see if the notification came through, but so far so good. I mean, 12 people left. You have 17 kills, and actually we haven't done one in a while. If it's possible for us to start keying up a listen in, I would love to be able to do that. There are 9 people, 4 other teams left in this lobby, guys. Remember, placement, top 3, you start to get that. So if we can go ahead and turn up the headphones, I'd love to listen to the comms as it comes down to the final ending of this game. The gameplay is looking good, Adore, but unfortunately, without any audio, it leads to a very quiet experience. So we're back. We did want to give you guys a listen in, but we're going to go back now as we do have 3 other people. So it's a 3v2 v1, 2 other teams left on the map. They should not have too much of a problem, I think, wrapping this up, unless they get caught out in the open. But I think since they have the only team with a full trio left, they should be okay.
And right before the listen in, while we were trying to do the listen in, I saw a webcam, and I believe I saw one of the teammates in this team have an eye patch in his eye, on his eye. So he's playing with one eye.
You pointed that out to me, and I wish I don't know if we can cycle through the POVs to find the gentleman. But yeah, I think I saw that too, and I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That is all the more impressive. And some nice shots to disable the vehicle. A beautiful down, 20 kills.
Down.
Make it 21. And now you're in a 3v1. Wow. Give them first place. Give them the extra 5. And that's a Warzone victory.
Win.
Depending on the kills, 21, 16, and I believe 14. Tack on another 5. That's a very solid game for that crew. Congratulations to them
game
on the win. And sometimes even getting a win this late into a tournament, Adore, can kind of give you that boost, right? Give you that like extra good feeling of like, hey, we got to win. Great job. Okay, give you that extra momentum.
Makes you regain.
And Brandon is out in no man's land.
Oh my goodness, he is going to die into the storm. He is so far into the storm.
He's got no shot. I'm telling you right now, chat. There is 0%
I like his
chance.
dedication. I like the fact that he is, you know, dedicating him.
I don't know what caused him and his $21,000 to be this.
Awareness is key.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're right. Second, that was first storm. So it's funny how that can sneak up on you if you're not paying attention, chat. You might be living the dream, and then suddenly that first storm flies through, and you're like, "Oh, I'm dead now." That's tough.
And
you can see we can just chalk it
downtown too.
I think they might be deciding to potentially pull out of that. You could tell, let's just chalk it. They know to better yet just to pull out and start over, because also I think you saw there was like 66 people in the lobby and second circle hadn't started. Not a healthy lobby by any regard. There might have been maybe someone suspicious in the lobby, just trying to back out and start over, especially when they've got about 34 minutes left. But let's take a look at the gulag now. They do have that street sweeper out. We'll see, can he win it? And the answer is no. Unfortunately, a bit of a movement there at the end. I think if he'd ADS'd in, if he'd pre-aimed instead of trying to push forward a little bit farther, he wins that.
Keep your 6K.
And I guess they did decide to stay in the game. I think they were making those calls, but decided to go with it. Well, this will potentially be one of the last maps these teams play. You can see 6 still in the plane, jumping out now at the very beginning. They do decide to go to Superstore first. So, Adore, if your prayers and co, and you're starting here, they do have a helicopter up top. What's your game plan?
I mean, right here, I think that they are just pushing this team very, very aggressively, which I think that if they're going to run into Superstore, I think that they should just run together. I think Superstore is pretty easy, especially if you have your whole team running with you. So with the heli getting involved, you get an easy amount of money in Superstore. You get all the money you can, get an easy, fast loadout, and then just push all the teams that you can. Like I said, this is crunch time, so you just need to go and push all the teams you can. It's either you're gonna play really strategic, or you're just gonna go for a lot of kills. Be very aggressive and try to get as many kills as you can, and hopefully get the win.
Yeah, and that can be tough too, right? Because if you're I really feel like one of the differentiators between these teams is if you are a team that's capable of splitting up and consistently 1v2ing and 1v3ing. That gives you such a distinctive advantage over a team that's going to stick together the entire time, purely because you're able to cover so much more ground and interact with so many other teams in the map. So if you're not capable of doing that, it puts a lot more difficulty on you as a team to be able to kind of take that lead, especially when you're all looking for the top slot, right? It's not like you're gonna get something if you get third. You gotta get first. So fortunately, Brandon, the entire team falls around him. He is able to get one down, and he does have 1,800 to his name, but they had just regained out of the gulag. They just bought back their loadout. You can still see it on the mini map, but well, everything falls around him. He has a player flying at him. Can he get the down? Beautiful. He does just that. Beautiful movement. Make him come to you. Nice plays.
You missed it. This sucks. Fuck.
You can hear, this sucks.
Yeah, this is second circle, 42 people up. It's not looking really too good. They just regained. I feel, me personally, I would just back out, restart, get a fresh new. Like I said, this is getting down to crunch time. I would try to get the best lobby that the Verdansk can give me at this point. I'd rather get a good and risk my chance in getting a better lobby. And if I die off rip into the next, I still have time to queue into another game, and try to get at least a better amount of kills and a better amount of people in at least second circle.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's time to just pull the plug on this one and start fresh. I think, maybe it's because he has 10 kills that he wants to try and play this out. But honestly, I feel like you just need to regain exactly what you said and just try and have a really good final game, or maybe final 2 games. And who knows? I honestly, though, there could also be the aspect that maybe they know that they don't have a shot of getting first place, so they're kind of just playing the games out and chilling at this point. That could be a part of it too.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, that might be him over there, Brandon.
Where? Enemy UAV overhead.
He just crossed from that blue building to red building.
You can see the comms coming through from the teammates trying to let him know where everyone is. He's $600 short from buying back a teammate, and $4,600 away if he wants to get both. And he'll head back in. You can hear those footsteps quite loud above him. He knows someone's there. A nice little angle for him to get upstairs and potentially catch them off guard. But well, they can hear him stomping around too.
I like the plays here. I like how he's replating, repositioning, making sure he's ready for the next gunfight, using that jump up advantage.
I think, though, honestly, if I could have, nice down again. He backs off, does another rotation. I think, though, when he makes that mantle up, I kind of wish he would have crouch walked a little bit or not just immediately slide canceled.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
Because at that point, like, he's able to get one down, but then like you stomp away, and the moment you do make that flank and that replay, they hear you stomping up toward them the entire time.
Yep. See, this is the kind of lobby that they are and we're definitely needing. 74 second circle. This is way better than what the other teammates were running and coming across, and also even in the same area too. So like it's definitely, they have their loadouts. Their teammates are all alive. They don't have a lot of money, but still, they're still sticking together. The lobby is dying, but they are still getting kills. They still have their ducks in a row.
Yeah, and this is one of those teams that's trying to usurp Thugger's team in first place. They had a huge match about an hour and a half ago, one that got them 60-plus points, but they're going to need to, I think, turn this match into something great, too, and a nice point-blank kill there gets him his 6th. And, I mean, you got 69 left, so they should reasonably, I would think, be able to finish this out and maybe start one more game.
Oh, good shit, Twisty. Come on, get me.
Love the trades there. Good teamwork.
What are they doing? They were together, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Something like that. When your teammates have your trades, especially, there's nothing that's more tough than when someone gets downed around a corner and you get there just too late. Just a smidge too late. The thirst comes in. There's nothing you can do. It's always very frustrating. But that was a good trade. You couldn't ask for more from a teammate, so they'll stay alive. They do get a bit more cash. 4,900 there on Twisty. About 200 or 2,000 and change from the rest of the team. So they're not in a bad position by any means. And Lamb Chop in chat, there's about 28 minutes left in the kill race. It closes out at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. I'm so curious by the background in this guy's room. Adore.
I just now noticed, and is it either a green screen or is it actually his background? Because if that's actually his background, I am in love with it.
Yeah, I can't tell. It looks kind of green screeny, but it's like, it looks really, it's good enough that I'm like, I can't quite tell if it's real or if it's fake. But
that's
hey,
a dedicated. That's a dedicated background right there.
Look,
I love it.
Background on point. Hair is perfectly coaffed. This man is here, and he is ready to play
He
Adore. He's not worried about the gulag.
He has been frying out this whole tourney also. I've never actually, this is someone that I have not heard of. So I love seeing new potential, gamers in Warzone. Like, I love to see skillful players that I've never heard of. I like meeting and seeing that there's more skill out there that has not even been discovered yet. And yeah, he's been just trying out this whole tourney.
Well, I think so. Renji was someone of note that we definitely really liked how he was performing. Insight, who unfortunately did just die. He has been having very great games. And kind of to expand on what Adore said, that's why something's so important, right? Like, you have your big names in Warzone. You know the Aidens, you know the Raideds, you know the Noobs, you know the top people. But what keeps the ecosystem alive and what keeps the competition fresh is this constant influx of up-and-coming talent, which from this collegiate tournament, you are potentially going to see some of these people again, like the Renji, the Insight. You already know Thugger has started to appear in more and more of the big tournaments. I love to see that. And it's kind of fun to speculate at the very beginning, right? When you see these folks and go, where are they going to be in a year? Where are they going to be in 6 months?
I love to see the potential for them because it's just more opportunities for exposures and, you know, for other, like, even potential future orgs to, you know, to sign new recruitment and stuff. So it's all exciting. And just these people who recently just started doing tournaments, they're getting inspired by, you know, all these big top Warzone pros. So for them to even showcase their talent and even getting the chance to, you know, play with the people that inspire them from the beginning, or, you know, getting noticed enough to even get their name out there, and the respect is just I think that's what's motivating. And the plays in the movement, I love that play right there going into
what
that
a
building.
beautiful triple kill. What a beautiful read, knowing that they weren't outside the building. So you get ready, you push, and you take them out up in the corner. You catch one out plating, which is some nice timing. He didn't have an opportunity to really shoot back. So a very, very nice play there. Nets him $7,000, gets him up to 6 kills and 61 in the lobby. But it's only the very end of the first circle, so maybe not the healthiest lobby, despite it being a decent game.
No. Yep.
And this is one of those teams, guys. We have mentioned Thugger for a reason because, well, his team's in first place. This is where you need to keep your foot on the pedal, right? Like if you're in first place in something like a timed kill race, you can't let off until the very end, because all it takes is that person in second place who's only 11 kills behind you before we got into these games. All it takes is an incredible game from them, or even an average game to just take the place of maybe a bad game they have sitting at maybe their 4th or 5th map, and suddenly they're in first place. Because, guys, this is 4 hours, but it's your top 5 maps going into the score. And here's Insight, one of those players that we've talked a decent bit about, looking to get his 11th kill, but unfortunately the final bullet curving around the wall. Sometimes that's just how online gameplay works. Takes him out, so he does get the down, but will not get the full, and they will both need to be bought back. It's all on Stunner now. He's about 400 shy of getting them both, and he does have a buy station, but certainly not safe for him to get there for the time being. He's going to have to deal with whoever is immediately in front of him.
C4.
That pesky C4, and he's going to go right back and challenge, but surprise, they're all there. Every single one of them. And I think he's going to try and save this, Adore, because Stunner has, Stunner has 7, but 14 and 10. I do think they're going to try and keep this alive. But a reminder, always keep an eye on the clock, guys. 4:38, this ends at 5 o'clock. So this is really the point where you need to figure out do or die. Do you invest in a game heavily, or do you try and get into your final one?
Like that right there.
It's always so stressful, right? Being the last one alive.
It's always a pressure.
Yes, I get more stressed in my gulag when I know my teammates are watching me. Like, please don't look. I have a silenced Magnum. This is going to be as ugly as you expect it to be.
I think the Magnums and the what's it called, the it's either the Magnum or the Hewer or the shotgun that is just so awful to use.
Oh, I know. Yes, I know exactly. Oh, the one where even if you shoot first in your ADS, you still lose. Yeah. We love shotguns in the gulag.
I love shotguns. Best things ever. And it all has to do with ping also. Like, if you don't have a good connection or your ping is way too high, you're not winning a shotgun fight.
No, you're not, unless you simply just outplay them when it comes to that one-on-one gunfight.
This guy does not have a headset on. He just runs him over with the Bertha.
There is a giant, rusted-out, blood-covered car barreling towards you.
He is not wearing his headset there. Definitely.
That man was so focused. He was so tunnel visioned. He had no idea.
He was definitely.
You could have walked a Juggernaut up behind him, and he would have just been like, da, 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 da.
He is living his best life, focused on this team, dedicated. I love the dedication, but he got himself killed in the midst of that.
Well, he'll have to bail because his Bertha is critical. He'll have to get out of town. And
what
the real question I want to know,
what was that?
I don't know if it was like a bouncing Betty on the ground or something.
I
Maybe
think
just
so.
a random one. But he turns
maybe
around
it
and gets
was-
an easy kill. Yeah, or maybe it was a C4 or something on the ground. But the comms coming through, the frantic fight as he tries to move between the rocks for cover, finds them out, gets another down
shots
behind
there.
the barricade, and there you go. The comms come in. They're able to collapse on the team as they push across the street, and he's looking to get one more kill. This team, though, they are in a tough position. They will
love the
have to push into
communication
him.
in this team. I love this communication.
Nice. Appreciate it.
The words of encouragement. I love it.
Yeah, you gotta hype your boys up.
You do. You really do.
We talked about it, that hype man, how important it is to keep people's vibes high and keep them energized too. Like one of my favorite 2v2 duos to watch, and the duo that I think has the most infectious energy in the pro scene is probably Destroying Clutch Belk or Destroying Z-Laner. Whenever they play together, their comms are so aggressively energetic. You're like, how do you have this much energy?
I've watched, I think, Diaz Biffle and Super Evan. I've watched them, and holy, they are comical to watch sometimes because they are just joking within the tournament, and it's just so. It's very entertaining to see them and it's so crazy because I see them doing like the duo, like the duo 2v2s, and they are just splitting, doing solo quads, and it's not just them; it's so many of these Warzone pros just splitting off, just destroying squad by squad, and just splitting apart. It's insane. It's really insane.
Yeah, when you have the confidence to do it, Chad, it is always a pleasure to be able to watch it. But on a more important note, we talked about how these kill races can always swing wildly depending on if you have a standout game. Well, this team in front of you right now, the team you're watching, they are currently in second place, but they are 19 kills behind our first place team. There's not even enough people in this lobby if they got every single kill to be able to get it done. So they're most likely going to have one last chance to get into a lobby and try and make that up. But 19 kills. I was going to say, Adore, if it was 5, 6, 7, that's anyone's game, but 19 kills down.
Yeah, that is. This is tough. This is definitely.
Yeah, especially that's just so much to overcome. There's certain differences that you're like, wow, okay, if you have a really standout game, you can do it.
They would need to call the COD gods and pull a lobby where just everyone has no headsets.
Yeah, I mean, this is something where you're gonna need to have one of your best games is now gonna need to become your last game. They're still alive, though. He does manage to get the self-revive off, and they stabilize with 2 out of the 3 alive. Yeah, so 12 kills here, but still, if you're 19 behind, at the point that they were dying, there was 21 people, including them. So I don't know. I don't know if they are aware of that discrepancy necessarily, because I think if they were aware that they're down by 19, do you think they would just pull out of this lobby and try for another one?
I like, honestly, I feel it's kind of like,
you want to buy a streak? CPK?
Because they can get the +5 though. Take in mind,
they
too.
could.
If
They
win
could.
this, you do get an additional 5 points.
I feel like right now, I think they are because one, they don't know. I think they're unaware of like how many points behind. 2, and I think that they need to either they're afraid to take the risk, because you could either go into another lobby, right, and then die off rip, and then that's your chance blown. And but right now, right here, you have a chance to win and potentially win the lobby, and all of your teammates are up, and you have a loadout. I mean, it's kind of balanced in between. I mean, I would be kind of stuck on deciding what to do here too.
Yeah, I mean, the best they can hope for, get a decent amount of these kills, get the +5 from the win, and then maybe that replaces one of your lower scoring games, and then for your final game, it's not quite as much of a substantial difference as a -19.
Oh no, they're getting pushed.
Come here, come here.
Well, you have one down. He's going to try and get the self, or he's trying to get the revive off. ZP offering cover fire. They're able to get
Love
up and
that.
start getting plated. And well, they do have plenty of resources and the buy station surrounding them. But unfortunately, only have about 200 bucks. So they won't be able to do much with that. But there are satchels, plates, and ammo surrounding them, and they are in the circle. They know that there's not going to be anyone coming from behind them. So that means left, right, and center. The only directions they'll need to worry too much about as they start to rotate right toward that loadout. We'll see if they can get there as they push up toward this shack. But this area can be so tricky simply because it can be very bright and there's so much dense foliage and tree cover to make it hard to see people.
Get those bush Wookiees.
The bush Wookiees. This is their home. They do not like uninvited guests.
Nope. They're very scary. Very, very, very scared.
And they drop the cluster strike. They're able to take out at least one with it. And the thirsts are coming through. So a great job from them. And now, just like that, you're in a 3v1. They should be able to get this final kill. He'll pull out the heartbeat. Doesn't see anything yet. But you're a kill away from getting that win. And there he points it out, calls it out to the left, gets the armor, gets the down, gets the kill, gets first place. Tack on a +5
that.
to the score. They're going to need a banger to end this, though. They have one more chance, 446.
One more.
By the time they get into the next lobby, probably about 450. 10 minutes before the cutoff, that will be their final game. And if they were down by 19, then, well, they'll need to make a good push here depending on how that game went to be able to check it out. They might need a banger for their final one.
I hope so. I hope so.
And they just got them bought back right now, too.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go. They're back into the game.
Yeah, and this is, guys, this is the top place team. Thugger's team with Insight and Stunner. 11 kills. They've got about 17 people left in the lobby. Insight slowly floating down, trying to make his way over, seeing if he can't find anything to loot. While Stunner posted up in IHOP, seeing who he can find as they look to try and scrape together enough money to get their teammate back.
Yeah, me as well. Using 1,500 for. I mean, you could start this gap.
I have my other cat just bothering me, and he's never in here.
We have all the kitty cats coming to say hello. Well, they know. Cats and dogs are very good at knowing when you're working. And they're like, oh, are you on a broadcast? Okay, what if I just walk on your keyboard or get in front of your camera or scratch your furniture? They give it and they taketh away.
Yes. They do not mind. They just want the attention and love.
And Insight, well, they're able to get enough money courtesy of that scav. Actually, I think they were able to find it in the rooms because the scav is 0 out of 3. So we'll see if they try and do that scav anyway to get some extra cash. But they have the full team back. Good news for them, because if they can turn this into a solid game, it may be able to negate the roughly 40 or so bomb that we saw from the second place team just a moment ago when they got that win in the forest. And again, Thugger's team, that is the team to beat. The man on your screen right now sitting at 14 kills himself. This team, a commanding lead throughout the entirety of the tournament. Maybe no surprise that they're in first place. Adora, if you're sitting in the position that Thugger's team is right now, at what point do you start to get excited, or do you think you're even paying attention to score differences?
I think what happens right now is I've learned to not get too excited. As much as you have every reason to be excited and you feel like you're at the end, you're in first, you can't sit, you can't just, be comfortable with just that.
Mm-hmm.
I have been in a situation in my early days of just learning how to play in a tournament, and we were in first the whole time, and at the very last second, they pulled a Hail Mary of a game, and we got second at the worst timing. And and for me, and it was because we got too comfortable. And that's the thing. You can't get too comfortable ever. You have to play like you are trying to win for that first place slot to the very end. Play like your life depends on it to the very end. With all the passion, with all the comms, the energy, it doesn't stop to the very end until they say, all right, you know what? That's it. We're all done. We did everything we could. The 4 hours or the 5 hours are up, and we are, the scores are in, and that's when you kind of just can relax, sit comfortable, and actually realize what just happened.
Yeah, sit back and know that you played the whole way out, right? So they say it for sprinters in track, right? You never slow down until you've crossed the line. Don't ever start taking your foot off the pedal until you've crossed that line. And I love that. It's so applicable to this, right? Exactly what you said. It is so crucial to play every game as if it's the most important game in the entire lobby. And I think Thugger's team has actually done a very good job of that. They seem to be just as honed in as they were 2 hours ago, even 3 hours ago. And now they're going to get this revive on Stunner, the full team. There's still another 10 people in the lobby. So this could end up actually being a fairly decent game. I don't know if it'll replace any of their 5 games. That's a lot to have, by the way. It's not like it's a top 4, top 3. That's your top 5 games over 4 hours. So there's a lot to go by, and there's definitely options for these teams. If you really say your 5th game's like a really bad game, to be able to get one solid one in that gives you maybe a +10 bonus.
Yeah, and that's a lot of games too. Yeah.
They're sitting over there, orange ping. They're rotating.
Yeah, I feel like on one hand, maybe at the very beginning of the tournament, it helps you relax because you get so many games. But then toward the end, you're starting to calculate how many good games you have of those 5, and it can kind of reverse that and start to stress you out a little bit.
Yep.
And I would love, since this is the final and we do have comms, if we could potentially do a listen in here toward the very end. Let's go ahead and crank up the headphones, guys. This is your first place team playing out one of the final matches of the day.
3v32, so green ping is the snipers. I think they're fighting.
We're getting to one of these houses. I'm just kind of like looking.
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
I have a gold gas mask. I'm gonna milk this.
They're on me.
Are they?
Yeah, they're in that this close building in front of me. Literally right in front of me.
Like, should I come to you? I'm going to.
No armor. On one kid.
Enemy recon drone in your area. You've got gas moving in.
Regroup in the safe zone. Hustle up.
Oh, what?
CB3. Where are they at? Where?
All down the hill, bro. There's 2 going behind this garage over here.
Oh no!
Knock in the bus.
Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone.
Am I right? Nah, man.
Gas is inbound.
Get to the safe zone.
Nice. Oh my god, you're the best. Good shit, bro. Oh, let's fucking go, bro.
A beautiful ending. They were in a little bit of a tricky situation, Adore, but they got it done. They ended it. The first place team ends their last game of the timed kill race with a win. What did you think of what you saw?
I think that was just on the edge of our seats right there. They kept getting knocked and they were just but they were in a really good position. They had really good early rotations, and that team just kept, beaming them in different, angles, but they solidified the win, and they just did the ending just beautifully.
Yeah, I think they did that very, very well. I completely agree, guys. And well, we're pretty much at the end of the timed kill race. It closes out in about 6 minutes, which is where we're going to start wrapping up. So some orders of business, because of course you are all here because you want to know who is going to win. Well, we're not going to be able to announce it here, but it is going to be on AVGL's Twitter, guys. So write this down, give them a follow. If you haven't, make sure you're on Twitter to figure it out. That is going to be at AVGL Official for that final outcome for first place. Guys, again, at AVGL Official. Make sure that you go follow him, AVGL Official, on Twitter for the announcement on who came in first place. Maybe it's Thugger's team, that team you just saw get their win. They were currently in first place, but Adore, I'm thoroughly impressed by what I saw in these collegiate players.
I'm very
so far.
impressed. I definitely enjoyed watching. This was literally one of really close call qualifiers I've seen in a while. I loved seeing some of the lobbies. I'm very surprised we didn't see a lot of the hackers and a lot of the things that usually do happen in Warzone. But it was definitely good gameplays from all the teams. They definitely outshined and showcased their talent here today. So it was really, really good. I loved this watching and having to do the first casting with you. I loved it.
Adore, you were fantastic, and chat, I think we can all agree. Adore, her first ever casting gig in Warzone, and she absolutely crushed it. It would be my pleasure to work with you again, and I hope we do that very soon. But guys, it's time to wrap up the Code Freedom Collegiate Qualifier presented by U.S. Army National Guard. Thank you so much for joining us. Adore, myself, to production, to all of the players, and of course to all the viewers. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And remember, AVGL Official Twitter. Yep. That's where we'll announce the winner. Thank you, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.